Hello, everyone. If I could have your attention for 2 seconds, we are going to start our formal program in 10 minutes. That said, there are delicious salads in front of you. If you haven't started eating, please do. This is great. We're going to have lunch. We'll have our first keynote during lunch, but feel free to sit down, meet each other, start eating lunch. We'll start in 10 minutes when you can continue to eat lunch. All right, everybody, can I have your attention? Welcome, welcome, welcome. By the way, you can still eat. It helps me not feel so nervous if you're not staring at me all at the same time. I am Joseph Tatioka. I'm a Senior Vice President of Global Learning and Development at Edelman, and I have the honor of being the MC today. I'm also a board member for the Planck Center, and I am honored to carry that title in honor of Betsy. We are thrilled to have you all here today. We're going to start here in about 3 minutes, but I'm going to go over a few thank yous and housekeeping as we start. But again, please feel free to eat. You can chat. I'm not offended by that. I also teach at DePaul University, and my students don't listen to me, so I'm not offended. But you can, carry on a little conversation, but we'll be kicking off here shortly. So our topic today and our theme is what comes next? Challenging and empowering PR leaders to embrace inclusion, belonging, and community. If this is your first ever Planck event, we welcome you. We want you to feel included and welcome. If you're a professional and you haven't heard my 3-time speech of go sit by a student, not your friends, this is me giving it a 4th time. If you're a student, this is your event. If you're a young professional, if you're an emerging leader, I should call you all, this is your event. This is your opportunity to connect with individuals who are here because they want to connect with you. Our focus is to create those bridges as you're looking to enter the workforce. I've walked around and I've met students from many universities, and I've met a lot of professionals from a lot of different organizations and agencies that I would have died to work for as a student. So if you haven't met those individuals yet, start walking around, start meeting people throughout the day, and it'll be great. Also, if you're sitting at a table with 1 or 2 people, grab your salad plate and move to another table, because I'm going to warn you now, we're going to have breakout conversations throughout where you will be having conversations with your table. Side note, if you're in the back, these front 2 tables are in desperate need of some people. So feel free to move up. I will let you do that now. None offense taken here. We also want to thank a couple of individuals and groups for helping us today. The first one is our premier sponsor, the IW Group. Not only have they sponsored this entire summit today, but their volunteers are here as well. So let's give a big, wonderful round of applause for the IW Group. We also want to recognize and thank Cox Enterprises. They sponsored this delicious lunch. So thank you to Cox Enterprises. And then finally, one of our sponsors is BCW. They are sponsoring our breaks today. We wanted to make sure there's breaks, so just know there are breaks, and they're sponsored by BCW. So a big round of applause for BCW, and thank you. I'd also be remiss if I did not recognize 3 board members who pulled this entire event together. They worked so hard to make this happen. They partnered with our Emerging Leaders Committee as well to make sure that we have programming that will be relevant, that will land with each of you, that will give you something tangible to take home today. So I'd like to recognize Nilanjana Barden, Dr. Nilanjana Barden, Dr. Ken Gaither, I think I saw Ken somewhere, Ken Gaither, and then unfortunately Diana Martinelli couldn't be here, but those 3 individuals helped pull this entire event together. So huge thank you to them. Also, just for fun, we have never, ever had a DJ at this event. So I want to recognize Mario Calhoun. He's a vice president at the Zeno Group, and he's volunteering his time today to provide us some awesome music throughout the event. So thanks, Mario. Look at that. See, they love it. This is great. We want to create that environment, and the music helps do that. So thank you to all of you. Well, again, keep eating. We're going to start with our first keynote. And so I'm going to invite Sandra Yamate to come to the stage. Sandra and I are going to have a wonderful conversation and talk to you a little bit about her career path and some guidance that she has. Again, one of the things that we would encourage you to think about is what can you take away from each of the conversations today, and what can you action right now, right? Whether you're an emerging leader or you're a professional in your career, this is for everyone, because we want to make sure that we're creating a world that is more inclusive, where everyone can belong and we can all do our best work. So, with that said, I'm super excited to invite Sandra here today. Sandra, I think, let's do a mic test really quickly.
Testing.
Okay, cool. All right, so just really briefly, this is interesting. We've invited Sandra Yamate to come join us today. She is the CEO for the Institute for Inclusion in the Legal Profession, the IILP. She earned her JD from Harvard Law School and an AB in Political Science and History from the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. I'm super excited to be here with her. Sandra also lives with her husband and resides in Chicago with their 2 dogs, Cashew and Filbert. Those are like the best names ever, right? So we're going to have a quick conversation. I'm actually not going to read through Sandra's bio because you have it. If you're unsure, flip to in your little program that was on your seat. Her bio's there. You'll see how accomplished she is. But I am going to ask her to kick off our conversation by telling us a little bit about her background and specifically the mission for the IILP. And then for those of you in the back, since we are starting the programming, just a reminder, let's keep conversation down a little bit. We're going to give you time to chat in breakouts. Sandra.
Thanks, Joseph. First, I want to say what an honor it is to be invited to be here today. When I was first approached about joining you today, it was an easy answer, yes. And that's because even though I have spent my career in the legal profession, which I will tell you remains sadly one of the least diverse professions in the United States, so that I feel incredibly envious of PR if this is the kind of diversity that you can bring together. At too many legal events, we don't have anywhere near this kind of diversity. But it was an easy yes because a long time ago, about 14 years ago, when we were starting the Institute for Inclusion in the Legal Profession, it was a lovely man at Edelman, your company, Joseph, who very kindly gave us some pro bono help and got us a logo designed. We still use that logo. He helped us frame our mission statement and to basically make sure that we were getting off on the right footing in terms of how we were going to message who we are and what it is that we're trying to do. And who that is that the legal profession has been grappling with its diversity challenges for decades. And for a profession of problem solvers to be unable to solve this problem, it really rankles. It's like our dirty little secret. We're embarrassed by it, we are flummoxed by it, and we're frustrated. So that sometimes lawyers today will just throw up their hands, can't be solved. Sometimes they just get deeply depressed. We had a lot of reasons in the legal profession why we're depressed, and DEI is just one of them. But what we wanted to do was to approach these long-standing problems from a new direction and a new dimension. Historically, in our profession, DEI has always been very siloed. And what I mean by that is you had white women doing their thing in one area, you had black people doing something else in another area, you had the Hispanics, they were doing something, the LGBTQ plus community. Sometimes we Asians could get ourselves together and do something. And the poor Native Americans, we were totally overlooking them. And don't even get me started on how we marginalize the disabilities community. We're good at marginalizing lots of groups, which is an embarrassment. But we wanted to try a new approach to this problem. And what we wanted to do was to focus less on what I will call the demand side, which has generally been large corporate clients shaking their fingers at their outside counsel law firms and saying, we want you to be more diverse and inclusive. A lot of firms said, well, yeah, we'd like to be diverse and inclusive too, and we haven't got a clue how to do it. A lot of them were doing performative things. They would hire diversity staff, they would have diversity affinity groups, they would put on programs. We weren't seeing much movement. So with IILP, what we wanted to do was to focus less on the demand side and more on the supply side. What could we do to make this profession more hospitable and welcoming so that everyone who has the talent, the aptitude, the ambition, the drive, the determination to enter our profession could enter it and then rise as high within it as those abilities will allow. We think it's really important because when you consider the roles that lawyers play in our society, we're usually the judges, we're the people in the courtrooms, We're the ones who might be defending you, or we might be prosecuting somebody on your behalf. We're the ones who are oftentimes elected government officials. We frequently serve in civic and community leadership roles. And so the idea that we're a profession of elites, and generally what I mean by that is demographically, we are a profession predominantly comprised of heterosexual white men who come from privileged backgrounds. And that means that a lot of that work that we do in all these different spheres can get skewed. This is not to say that those straight white men who come from privileged backgrounds, they're bad or anything. It's just that understanding the limitations that a profession that only has one prevailing viewpoint brings to their work is a problem for a society that is growing ever increasingly diverse.
I love that. I'm taking a lot of notes. I hope you're all taking notes too, because that was amazing. That was just our first question. But I like this focus on the supply side, this idea that you're focusing on making work environments more comfortable, right? More welcoming for everyone to be able to succeed. And I think as we think about DE&I, that's the emphasis, right? So building on that though, we know that PR and the legal professions work hand in hand, sometimes tumultuous, sometimes very well. It can go both ways, you know, as we're partnering. But as you're working with young lawyers in particular, as we're thinking about the supply side, how do you help them understand their responsibility in the DEI space?
A lot of young people come into the legal profession today seeing what's going on in the broader society with already a sense of a mission that they want to try to do something to make their society, their community, their environment, their world better. That is wonderful. Then they go to law school and it's like the stuffing gets knocked out of them because they start to realize all the structural and institutional barriers that are placed in front of them that prevent them from doing that. So our challenge is to help them understand that those initial dreams and ambitions are not impossible. You simply need to be strategic in order to make sure that you are positioning yourself so that you are able to have impact and to address them. And that's where oftentimes we hope that your industry, the PR industry, can be partners with us in that effort because you're so pivotal. You are the linchpin in terms of getting the right communications out and how that messaging gets out. We need you. That my organization can do all the good work in the world, and if the right people aren't hearing about it, if we're not able to market it, if we're not able to present it so that the people who need to know about it do know about it, then it's like just talking into the vacuum. It really limits the impact that any efforts can actually have.
That's amazing. And I like the focus on being strategic, right? You have to be strategic to make an impact. It doesn't just happen. And I think, you know, that's one of the notes that I'm making now is it doesn't just happen. You have to be strategic, plan it out. So you talked a lot about the impact that PR professionals can have in this relationship with, you know, the legal profession, but how can we, as PR students of the world, right, and professionals, how can we educate ourselves to the current issues at hand in the DEI space to help, again, broaden that exposure?
Read a newspaper every day.
Well, Sandra, I will just say every professor in here is just like, thank you. That's what I've been telling my students all the time. Absolutely.
It's surprising how many people today, because of the abundant readiness of short sound bites that are available, think that they can overlook reading deeper and more meaningful analyses of what's going on in the world. A lot of times then what happens is if we're just trying to get our news and information from short little sound bites, or God forbid on Twitter or X or whatever the hell it's called these days, guess what? We're going to grow up with a generation of people who aren't able to think critically and strategically, and that would be a tragedy.
Thank you. That's awesome. I'm actually going to skip some of the questions we've talked about because I want to get to something that you and I talked about in particular. And again, a focus for our time here today, throughout the whole day, is the idea of strategies that we can all take, right? So what long and short-term strategies have you seen work in the legal profession, again, through this thread, an idea of educating yourself in the DEI space, that could translate to the PR world, right? That we could help change our own assumptions as well as the assumptions of others. What are some of those long and short-term strategies?
I think it's really critical to be open to hearing divergent views. And lately it does seem in the broader society that there is a resistance, that there's only one acceptable voice. And it's critical that we are hearing multiple voices, because it's too easy to go from a political voice to then being able to stifle, I don't know, the voice of some person of color, the voice of somebody from the LGBTQ plus community. And I think that would be a tragedy. I think it's also important to be strategic about making sure that we are open to learning about things that didn't just come easily to us. And that might mean getting outside our comfort zones. I am oftentimes appalled and horrified when I realize how many people who are lawyers, let's say, and I'll use that as an example since that's my profession, how many have no clue about a lot of the legal history in the United States. If you look at the United States today and you say, okay, so here are the many different problems that we as a country, as a society face, it would be a mistake to only deal with those in terms of the here and now. That's why we find that strategically it's really important that we try to make sure that young lawyers and other young professionals like all of you understand that we are part of an ongoing evolution. And therefore, it's critical to understand this history. That the history that too often has been taught to us has been, shall we say, a history of the privileged and the elite. In our profession, for instance, we oftentimes are unaware of how the law has been used to reinforce and increase injustice that faces communities of color and other marginalized groups. My profession has sadly been complicit in that. Some of that was because of prevailing views and attitudes at the time, but in the end, it was wrong. And so our challenge is that when people say, well, you know, this is just the way we've done things, that's no longer an adequate excuse. It's important to understand that if you're talking about, well, you know, some people, some communities, they should go back to wherever they came from. And you forget that ours is actually a country of immigrants, and that everyone except our Native American colleagues came from somewhere. It's important to understand that you cannot blame certain communities for the poverty that they are facing today, when you have laws that prohibited them from purchasing homes in certain neighborhoods, when you had obstacles to their attaining education. This is part of an ongoing process, and so until we unravel all of that, it becomes critical that we appreciate the challenges. Even today, when you see so much of the tension going on about support for Israel versus support for the Palestinians, I think part of the frustration for all sides is the ignorance among so many people about what got us to this point.
I love this focus on history, and again, I do teach Intro to Public Relations, excuse me, at DePaul University, and oftentimes I'm tempted to skip the history part of PR, right? But there's something there to be thinking about the history of all things, right? Whether it's public relations or law, and bringing them together as we seek to understand. And I think as we talked in preparation for this, you talked about some tactics that you share with young lawyers and things that they could do. You instituted something that I'd love for you to share with all of us in terms of something we could do as we're educating ourselves, but also actioning against that.
One of the things that we do at the Institute is we started this group we call our Social Impact Incubator, which is bringing together a group of millennial lawyers who are interested in DEI. They come from all sorts of backgrounds. They come from different practice settings. So some work in large law firms, some are government lawyers, some might work for corporations. And what we've tried to have them do is we say, okay, so you're interested in making this profession have greater diversity, equity, and inclusion. So what do you think we should do? And they're used to being in an environment where somebody tells them what to do. And what I say to them is, you don't need me to instill my baby boomer beliefs on you. You don't need me to try to tell you that my baby boomer worldview is the one that you are going to be leading. So instead, let's brainstorm a little about what are the challenges that you see as a group, and what do you want to do? And then let's figure out what might you then do to try to change things, to make it better. I also teach as an adjunct at Loyola University Law School, and we have been teaching now, it's the third time, a course on diversity and inclusion as a social and professional responsibility for lawyers. And what we've done in that class too is instead of giving them an exam at the end of the semester, what we've tried to do is we have each of the students, they're paired into teams, and we say, you're going to do a project. Do whatever you think the project should be, but we want you to take what you've been learning in this class about why it is our profession is so lacking in diversity, and we want you to figure out what can you do in some small way to make it better. They come up with some really amazing and brilliant ideas. Some of them can be as simple as, we're going to create a visual infographic that people who are seeking, people who are making a domestic violence claim in a same-sex relationship, so they can understand what the court proceedings are actually going to be like once they file the claim with the police. Another can be as simple as trying to reframe what they think. We have something we call the business case for diversity in the legal profession, to try to make it more logical so that it can be a better selling point when you're trying to persuade management in large organizations. And that one actually proved so successful that Shook, Hardy & Bacon, which is one of the largest law firms in the country, and State Farm Insurance both decided they wanted to start using that with their lawyers. Another was simply trying to make sure that disability diversity, especially mental and emotional health and well-being, was being better addressed in the law school. So the projects are all over the board, but what we want them to do actually is take away a sense of empowerment. You're going to have lots of people who are going to assume that you're too young and too new and too inexperienced to really be effective. That's what they think.
I know we can't say you're all empowered to go and do. I know that's not how this works, but I do want to highlight and say this. We have the ability to do that. And I love this guidance that you're giving in terms of just what's one thing we can do. And I think that's what I wrote down on my notes. Like, it doesn't matter if it's small or big, one thing can make an impact for someone else, right? And I like this idea as well of broadening how we're thinking about diversity, including our disability, neurodivergent, and chronic illness population as well. So I'm going to take a pause here before I ask you to share one final thought with us, and I'm going to open it up to Q&A. As you're thinking about a question or two, I think we have enough time for one or two questions. I'm going to invite panel number one to please go back to the back corner and get mic'd up. So if you're in panel number one, go into the back, get mic'd up. But anybody have any questions? I want to make sure that we get you a mic as well. Anybody have any questions for Sandra? Carla, do you have a mic, or do we need to use this one? Sean's got one. I'm sorry. Okay, right over here. Sorry. I'm going to have to stand up because I didn't realize. Let me see. Sean, can we get a mic over to this table here? If you have the question, can you stand up so they can get you a mic? I promise we'll get better at this mic thing later on. All right. I'm coming to you. We're just going to take matters into our own hands. Corner here.
Hi, thank you. And I can't see it, but hi, my name is Kaya Cheatham. I'm with Heyman Associates. I had a question around, I know you were, talking about kind of the issue, I think, with just having like a diverse group or diverse applicants, I think, in law school. Yes. Do you think that it's mostly an equity issue? Like, do you think that there's other ways we can get, scholarships, grants, things like that, that we can get more diverse candidates into law school? And what's a way that, you think that PR professionals can maybe help out with that as well?
I totally think it's an equity issue. I and many others are really worried about the Supreme Court decisions that came down this summer eliminating affirmative action. I think that those were horrible decisions myself. And I think coupled on top of the Dobbs decision last summer and the 303 creative decision that followed the affirmative action rulings, I think that they're compounding a sense that DEI efforts are under siege, and not just in my profession, but in society in general. So that, I think that it's a critical importance. We had been seeing a slight uptick in diverse enrollment in law schools. Last fall saw the most diverse first-year class of law students in American history. Whether that will continue, we don't know. It's hard because a lot of the inequities in society impact the preparation for students to go to law school. We've been working out what we call the pipeline issue for decades now. There are different pipeline programs all around the country. The challenge for a lot of those is that they focus usually just on one small part of a student's educational career. So it might only focus, let's say, on high school students. But what we're seeing are some creative ways that the Supreme Court can rule as it likes, but I don't think that you're going to put DEI back in a box. So, for instance, a few years ago in California, they started a group called California Law Pathways. This is an effort that is going to try to create ties so that there is a more consistent pipeline of students from underprivileged backgrounds from high school all the way through either a 2-year college or a 4-year college into law school. It shows so much promise. The California State Legislature funded the group with $5 million, and now we are talking here in Illinois about trying to do something similar. We think that Illinois could be a really good next step for an expansion of that kind of strategy, given that Governor Pritzker is a lawyer and appreciates it, and Juliana Stratton, who's the deputy governor, also appreciates it, that we've got Kwame Raoul, who is an African-American attorney general who understands these issues. We have a Democratic supermajority in the General Assembly, and we have a Democratic and woman majority on the state Supreme Court. So yeah, you're right. We do have equity issues that impact the pipeline into the profession, and we are trying to find ways, despite the Supreme Court's ruling, to get around that.
Thank you for that question. I think we have time for one more question. Is there another question out there for Sandra? Sunny's got a microphone. You brave souls?
Come
Okay.
on.
All right, here's what I will say. Sandra's sitting up here in the front by me, so in a break, feel free to come and ask your question if you're too nervous to ask in front of everybody here.
May I ask a question?
Sure. Sunny, go for it.
You said that everyone should be reading the newspaper. I know in my PR classes that was a very, very common refrain, like Joseph said. Where do you get your news? Where are you specifically getting your news? Locally, nationally, globally?
I read the Chicago Tribune every morning simply because it's the local major newspaper. I try to skim at least the Sun-Times. I also have signed up for a number of those news blasts you get from the New York Times. I also really enjoy reading the Harvard Gazette, which is not so much for news, but because it offers a very esoteric series of articles every week on assorted topics that may or may not have any relevance, but that just, I hope, try to make me a little bit more broadly educated. So, I think today there was something about, what it means if you have like an upset stomach all the time or something. Anyway, but it's an assortment of information. There's no such thing as getting bad education. I mean, everything that helps you learn and grow is important and valuable. I mean, even just conversations. I had the best conversation with Cameron over there. Hello, Cameron. Who asked me one of the most provocative questions I have ever been asked. And I'm thinking, hey, for those of you who are employers, talk to this young man. He is so brilliant. I didn't understand the question at first because my staff had to come in and explain to me who Dr. Xavier and Magneto are. But once I understood and I could grasp what he was getting at, it's like, wow, that's a really interesting way to think about DEI issues. So yeah, talk to people. And don't ever think that you know it all, because you don't.
Awesome, thanks, Sunny.
Thank you.
All right, last question for you in 2 minutes or less as we wrap up and close this wonderful conversation, which thank you again for giving your time today with us, it's this. What's the one thing that you'd recommend for all of us as students, right? We are all students learning, as we've heard from you, and thinking about the history, but what's one thing that you would recommend for all of us as we're studying history to better understand DEI so that we can make an impact? What would be your recommendation?
Network, network, network. In a day and age when social media is so readily available and makes it so easy to feel as if you might be in contact with people, do not overlook the value of actually building personal relationships, because they will stand you in such good stead. And you can't even do it with an eye toward trying to, oh, I'm going to meet so-and-so so that someday they can do, who knows where any of us are going to end up. But it's the fact that we know each other. I find that in my career, sometimes people like Patrice, who you may have known like decades ago, it's just nice to reconnect. And other times you find, wow, we actually are working on some parallel projects and issues, and we can be supportive of each other. Or that somebody can give you just a tiny tidbit of information that helps ground you or gives you a slightly different perspective on something you might be working on. All of that is so invaluable, and you cannot get it if you are not networking. So network far and wide, and don't limit yourself to networking just with people who are like you.
Thank you. That really goes with my message of making people sit with other people. So I appreciate you backing me up from the beginning. But I just want to say thank you. Can we all give Sandra a wonderful round of applause for her time today?
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to invite panel number 1 to join us on the stage. And as part of that, I'm going to introduce our 2 moderators, and then I'll let them take it from here. Our first panel is about expanding the meaning of DEI, what comms next. Our moderator will be Patricia Ratulangi. She's a VP of Global Communications and DEI at Nielsen. And then our breakout session moderator will be Karen Locke, one of our Planck Emerging Leader Committee members, and she is a communication strategist at 22 Squared. So welcome all to the stage for the next session.
Is this working? Hello. Hi, everyone. I hope you all had a great lunch, and we're so proud to be here as your first panel for the day. So, Pat Ratulangi from Nielsen, as Joseph introduced us, and I've got some terrific panelists here today, and I'm just going to have them go down the line here and introduce yourselves, please.
Of course. Hi, everybody. My name is D'Anthony Jackson. I'm Vice President, Ogilvy. I lead social strategy at my agency, and I'm also an adjunct professor at Tulane University, where I built the first ever influencer strategy course at the university.
Great. Hello, everyone. My name is Javier Eric Olvera, and I'm the Chief of Issue Advocacy at Benson Communications. We are a social change agency that's 100% committed to making the world a better place and leaving our communities better off as well. My practice oversees all things related to social causes, whether it's reproductive rights, LGBTQ equality, environmental justice, you name it. My practice ultimately oversees it. Prior to me joining Fenton, where I've been for about 3 years, I was all in-house. And I worked at in-house in a number of different nonprofit spaces, including environmental justice, social change, racial equality, and LGBTQ rights. Some of my last orgs include the Southern Poverty Law Center, the National Center for Lesbian Rights, where it's not just lesbian, it's all things queer, and Earth Justice.
Thank you, Pat. Hi, everyone. I'm Greg Jenkins. I am the founder and CEO of Greg Jenkins Consulting. It is a diversity, equity, and inclusion effort that I undertake. I have a 28-year Army career preceding the work that I do now in diversity. And when I went into this space, I thought I was being punished, to be really honest with you. There's a whole story there. I don't know if it'll come up in this session. But I work with organizations now that are trying to figure out how do they build cultures that are inclusive, where you can take a vast, diversity of people and get them to work well together. And that can be proved to be challenging sometimes, but we're making headway, and a lot of folks out there are trying to do the things that you're trying to do as well. So glad to be here. Thank you so much.
Thanks, everyone. So I think we're here today to talk about a very important topic, and we've all heard this over and over again, but our panelists here have a lot of experience combined to help, I think, all of us think about what's coming next, future forward, right? Given how much D&I, CSR, and all of those very important topics that have taken such a big spotlight over the last couple of years, they're under attack, as we heard from our spokespeople earlier today. But let's start laying the foundation here, right? There's a lot of acronyms being thrown about: D&I, DEI and belonging, CSR, ESG. How do you each define this, and what do they mean for the organizations you work with, or even your own? D'Anthony.
Yeah, I can kick it off, of course. So when I think about diversity, obviously DE&I, it's evolved over the years, right? And up until the 20th century, the word diversity didn't catch momentum. And it's, rooted back when you think about things like the civil rights movement. The modern day, when I think about what the actual meaning is, and I had to write that down because I was like, while I know what these mean, I actually want to get this right. The D, diversity, focuses on representation of different people. E, equity, which a lot of people confuse with equality, but it's very different nuance, focuses on the allocation of resources based on the needs of people and what they need. The I focuses on creating a work environment employees feel respected and supported. And then that B focuses on ensuring others who are at the table feel heard, feel seen, and recognized with the contributions. And what it means, I think, when you say DEI, B, ERGs, I think the B part is really, really important, belonging. And that's what it, what it means to me, but I feel like with ERGs, a lot of people are saying, diversity is dead. ERGs are not important, but I think they really are.
That's good to hear. And, I think the importance of equity versus equality and the idea of belonging and creating safe spaces is even more important now, right? Whether you are going out there as a brand to stand up for that or for employees within your own companies. Eric.
I also think it's really important to address justice, because justice is a word that you see thrown in with DEI. In many situations, you see it defined as Jedi. And I really want to emphasize the word justice for a number of reasons, because the word justice really encapsulates and really includes those folks who've been undermined, those folks who've been oppressed, those folks who've been overlooked for centuries. And justice as part of this work is really, really 100% needed and way, way, way long overdue. Not only that, but in many spaces, the only organizations and groups that are really embracing justice as part of their DEI initiatives is the nonprofit sector. But fortunately and hopefully, it'll continue to grow and continue to seep out of the nonprofit sector into other spaces so that it can start being rather included in other spaces as well, including corporate America and other organizations.
The only thing I would add, as I think our other two folks here have defined them well, is exactly the word I just used, is definition. And what I mean by that is, in my 18 years of doing this work, I have never encountered two different organizations with the same definition of those words. And so what I would encourage you to think about is you're going in and you're doing work like this, or you're having conversations about this, how does that organization define diversity, equity, belonging, inclusion, social justice? And I'll give you an example. So in the end of my military career, I was part of the Army Diversity Office at the Pentagon. And this was at the beginning of the Obama administration, and every branch of the military had a diversity effort that they were undertaking. And even though we were all part of the Department of Defense, one organization, all at the time, all 5 of those branches all had different definitions of diversity, equity, inclusion, all those kinds of things. So that's all I would offer, is just to keep that in mind as you may be having a conversation with somebody, and your definition of DEI might be very, very different from the person that you're having a conversation with. So something to keep in mind.
That alignment is definitely important when you're trying to go forth with a strategy that makes sense right across the board. So let's take us a couple of years back. 2020 was the moment when a lot of brands stepped up to support Black Lives Matter, the anti-Asian hate movement. And fast forward now to today, we're seeing a little bit of stepping back and pulling back. But how have those efforts really impacted our communities and our organizations or brands today?
I'll take that. So here's the thing. A lot of organizations, a lot of corporations, a lot of everybody was going around saying that they supported BLM, that they were completely behind Black and brown lives, and they made these incredibly bold statements. How I respond now can either be very simple or it can be very complex. And I'm actually going to go the complex route because I think this conversation needs to get a little bit deeper here. These organizations should have been embracing who we are as a community and who we are as a people, not only for decades, but for centuries. It did not take the deaths of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, and so many others, and it should not have taken their lives, rather, for these organizations to step up and to actually say, hey, yes, we're going to raise our hand, we're going to release a statement saying that we support Black lives. It should not have taken that moment by any means. What we've seen, though, in the course of the last 3 years is it literally was just a moment. Because since then, what they said on paper back then, the statements that you saw on social media, the statements that you saw in the press, they kind of went away. They went away because it wasn't ingrained into who they are as an organization. It wasn't ingrained into their mission, their vision, their values. It wasn't ingrained with how they approach their work internally or how they approach their work externally. This is what's needed because that's ultimately what change creates. And if you really look at the business world has the power to bring an incredible amount of change. They have a huge amount of influence, not only with the products that they sell and the products that we all buy, but they have the ability to bring the change that we're looking for. And they really need to step up with very bold values that aren't just performative art. What we need is real, tangible commitment to what this really looks like and what it means for us. So, I'm going to say my age. I normally don't tell people, especially a room this size. But
We're all friends here, Eric. Don't
50.
worry.
I'm pushing 50. All of this is all Botox and filler. And a lot of lighting, or great lighting and probably little cosmetics. But it wasn't until 3 years ago that I could bring my full self to work. And it legit was when I joined my agency. And I had no idea going into my agency what it was like. I had no idea that I can talk about being the grandson of undocumented immigrants. I could talk about the fact that my parents, we grew up poor, and I was a free lunch kid. And when my parents didn't have any money, we would go dumpster diving for food every other Thursday because we knew that that's when they threw out the bread that wasn't going to mold. I can talk about all this stuff in my workplace. In all the other places that I've ever worked before, I could not do that without having to code switch, because people are always like, oh, there goes Eric talking about being queer again, or oh, there goes Eric talking about coming from a poor family again. Here, in my workplace, it's embraced. And it's embraced because that's who the organization is, that's who the agency is. And because of that, it allows me 100% to bring my best self to the work and to the people that I work alongside, whether it's the nonprofit partners that I partner with, or just the conversations that I have with young and emerging staffers. They know who I am, they see me, and I can see them without any of the BS clouding the way and any of the, I'm just gonna say it, the bullshit language that often is part of the performative art. So that was my long and complex answer.
I'd like to add to that if I could. And as I was listening to Eric, I was thinking of Sandra, your comments at the beginning about performative actions. And I think when, as Eric was alluding to, if we're going to tick the box, check the box, make a statement and then not be able to back it up because it just isn't in our DNA to behave and act and lead in that manner, those efforts can really backfire and become worse than they were in the beginning. And so, especially when you have an organization where at the top, everybody says, yeah, we should do this, let's get behind this, Black lives do matter, a lot of things do matter, and we're going to make a statement about that. And we've never communicated that well as leadership throughout the organization. When it doesn't go forward as initially envisioned, that can really have some backfire to it and be very damaging. I'll give you two examples, a good example and a poor example. And not necessarily Black Lives Matter, but if you remember Colin Kaepernick exercised his First Amendment rights by kneeling during the national anthem when he was the quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers. The organization that decided to use him as a spokesperson was Nike, if you remember this. However, Nike proceeded with that effort, that strategy. It was successful. Sales, stock, everything went up. Now, let's go to the other side of the scale where we say we're going to do something and it's not, as Eric said, isn't in our DNA. And I'm talking about InBev, the parent company of Anheuser-Busch, who makes Bud Light. That effort with Dylan Mulvaney backfired on that organization. So I think, to Eric's point and Sandra's point, you really have to make sure, are you really committed to doing this work? Is it in your bones that you can develop a strategy, develop communication, communicate that so there's an understanding of where you're going, and then back it up, I think is a really, really important point.
Thanks for bringing up the example of Nike because, they took on Dylan Mulvaney to do their women's sports bras campaigns. So, and definitely Nike stocks and revenues have not suffered at all for doing that. So we talked a little bit about the SCOTUS decision earlier today and how that has forced some tide turning and how companies are sort of backing off a little bit. For example, in the media world, we're seeing there's been a decline with investments in diverse-owned media, which is really sad because diverse-owned media are the foundation for storytelling that is true, that is honest, that is authentic for many of the diverse audiences and communities that exist here today. How has this concern, I guess, or a bit of fear, uncertainty that businesses are experiencing today affected the way people communicate? DeAnthony, maybe you can start.
Yeah. Actually, can I ask you to repeat that question? I'm so sorry. I have to read my notes because of the question. I'm so sorry.
No worries. Given how the tide has turned with a lot of uncertainty for businesses since the SCOTUS decision, right? How has that affected how businesses come to the table with their commitments?
Yeah. And I want to break the ice here. You guys, I have come to this event for the first time. And I decided this morning, we were talking about butterflies in our breakfast this morning. And I was like, I walked to this event and I've been feeling this very anxious butterflies in my stomach. And I was like, I'm very nervous to be here. And why am I nervous? I said, I want to say something inspiring, So I'm like stumbling across my words. I don't know what to say. And I just want to just say that out loud. But I think brands, and I want to go back to what we were just talking about, to your question, what's happened, and I wanted to back off of the Black Lives Matter piece and what happened in 2020. What happened is brands was, a mirror was placed in front of brands, right? And we talk about brands as if brands are not run by people. And we say brands, we say companies, organizations. And that particular year, I'm someone who I work in social strategy. I lead influencer marketing. That particular year, what you saw was brands have to face themselves and look internally for the first time. Even though it was decades of movement and advocating for equality across race, Black Lives Matter, Stop Asian Hate. And for the first time, they had to do that. So you see a lot of brands posting the Black Square in support for Black Lives Matter and having to look at themselves, because with my job as an influencer strategist, what happened was you saw influencers seeing brands that they had worked with, influencers of color, seeing what brand they had worked with and realizing, how are you supporting Black Lives Matter or Stop Asian Hate? And I've worked with you on a campaign, and I've talked to my white counterparts, and we made different amount of money, but I gave more to the program and to the campaign. You know, my engagement was higher, yet I got paid less, which, you know, really inspired my team and my agency to launch the first of its kind influencer pay gap study to really dive deep into diversity and what it means and what it looked like. And what we found was that there was a 35% pay gap, the largest pay gap in any industry when influencers of color versus their white counterparts. And I think that impact alone made brands really have to look inside. And if you're not, as a brand or a person working for a brand, looking internally and actually developing infrastructure that actually focuses on driving diversity, equity, and inclusion, you can't talk about it publicly, because then you have to really face yourself as a brand.
It's a great point. Eric, do you have something to add here?
I do. And mine actually goes right back to the question that you were asking. And progress makes people uncomfortable. We see it decade after decade after decade after decade. Anytime there is some shred of someone who has normally been oppressed, and someone who has been underrepresented and under-resourced, anytime that group gets a little bit of progress, there's always someone else coming back and saying, oh, not quite yet. We're not done yet. And I think that's part of systemic racism. That's ultimately what it is. It's part of the system that's been set up to really continue to oppress and undermine. And I think as communicators, as people who have the power to use our words and have the power to use our roles to bring change in the organizations in which we work and also the organizations where we work, I think we have an opportunity to start pushing the fold and start pushing against the historical, I'm going to use the word again, BS, and keep pushing back against it. The BS is going to be a word you all remember for the rest of the day, by the way. But we just need to keep pushing back against this rise up as other people are trying to rise up. It's not, we can all have what we're looking for. Everyone can benefit. And it's not a matter of someone having something else that someone wants. It's a matter of us just wanting equity. It's a matter of us wanting to make sure that there's a level playing field for all of us.
All great points there. And so let's talk about the importance of, as a brand, as a business, continuing to stand by these important issues, right? Whether it's D&I or social justice. And there's a lot of data. So Nielsen has some great data on this front, right? 88% of consumers will buy from companies, prefer to buy from companies who give back to community. 85% say that society needs to do more to protect the environment and the planet. As we're going into the United Nations Climate Conference in a couple of weeks, that's a very important stat to keep in mind. But we're all hearing also that brands are being labeled as too woke, right? And honestly, we have a divided audience in this country about what stands as woke and what stands as just the right thing to do. how can brands continue to show, right, that D&I, corporate social responsibility, these things are still strategic business imperatives that actually deliver value to the bottom line? And if you have any best practices to share. Greg.
Yeah, thank you, Pat. I don't want to go back to my definitions comment earlier. I'll bet if we did a pulse survey right now in this room, we would have multiple definitions of what that word means. And I think, again, if we don't have a commonly accepted definition of that word, I think we're already starting off on shaky footing. The oldest, in my research, the oldest terminology of stay woke is from African American vernacular English in the 1930s. And it was to stay woke to racial prejudice and discrimination and those kinds of things. I think, though, in organizations, back to your question more directly, if they're considered too woke, first of all, I'm not sure what that means, actually, because we don't have a definition of it defined in the way that it is used sometimes. But I think that if I'm an organization and I think I'm being accused of being too woke, so I'm going to pull back a little bit. I think what I'm doing is that's to my own detriment. We are biologically hardwired to like folks that are more like ourselves. This is referred to as homophily. Maybe you're aware of this, or affiliation bias. And so there's a natural tendency that we have, and it's in humans. And so it doesn't mean that everybody's a racist and go out and do bad things to each other, but we have this natural tendency. So I think when organizations in their communication are neglecting that aspect that's baked into us, in our DNA, I think they really do themselves a disservice, because you're not using that absolute leverage or advantage that you can, because it's part of our makeup. I think the challenge is how do we best communicate? Go back to the Colin Kaepernick, Bud Light conversation, that difference on the spectrum there. And then I also think, to DeAnthony's point, as an organization, as a brand, how well do we know ourselves, and are we matching the statements that we put out? So I think it's a detriment to back away from it. I just think we need to have good conversations and strategy development how to move forward with it.
Yeah, so I think it's an excuse, right? Mm-hmm. I think that's an easy cop-out for brands. A lot of times, how do you show up as too woke? But it's cute, but it won't work, right? And I think it goes back to what I was saying. You have to, as a brand, look internally and figure out what is your infrastructure to drive the efforts of diversity, equity, inclusion. Some of the ways, I think, is 3 words: do the work. And put your money where your mouth is as a brand. Implementing inclusive, practices, promoting diversity at every level, establishing clear DEI goals and clearly communicating those internally, but also externally. On progress, if no progress, also share that. And then communicating transparently. But I think ultimately it is 3 words, and that's do the work. And if you're not willing to do the work, don't talk about it.
Yeah.
And that really segues back to what you mentioned earlier about holding up a mirror to yourself as a business or as a brand, right? And being able to show that, everybody from your CEO down to the employees, talent acquisition, all of that is really critical. I've had new employees who come and say, we really love the work that you're doing. In sharing, your insights that you have around diverse audiences. It's not just your CEO saying that, I'm also CDO when he first joined the company. We see it coming across the board, and Nielsen is very proud to be one of the few companies out there with 14 business resource groups. Yeah. So that is definitely something that is important to connect and communicate with your stakeholders across the board, and not just something that you put out there in a marketing message.
I also want to respond to that as well. For those folks in here who are Black, brown, queer, and everything in between, if I can just get like a show of hands, when you see an advertisement that includes people who look like you, when you see an advertisement, if you're queer, and you see same-sex couples holding hands, how many of you have all seen that? How many of you have all seen ads like that? Whether it was clothing, a product, something where you can see yourself in there. How many, if I can just get a show of hands? And do you remember those brands' names? Because I bet you do remember who they are, and I bet that the next time you went to the grocery store decided to go buy a pair of clothing or shirt, shoes, whatever, you said, I'm going to go and buy that brand because I actually see myself in that organization. I see myself in them. And being seen is so valuable, again. It's something that we really want to make sure that these brands really understand. I mean, if you just look at the numbers, Black buying power for 2024 is $1.8 trillion. That's a lot of money. Latinos, $2.5 trillion. LGBTQ community, $1.5 trillion. This is a huge opportunity for these brands to take that step, to take that leap, to actually showcase who their buyers are in their advertisements, to really showcase who we are, because when we feel seen, we show up for them.
Yeah, since we are throwing some examples here, I think one of my favorite brand campaigns is P&G's The Name. How many of you have seen that recently? Yeah, I mean, it's just a really awesome way of showing that you as a brand are listening to your consumers. And hey, the mixed race audience, the diverse groups that you're talking about, not only are we the fastest growing populations, but we also have the fastest growing spending power. So, and I think there's nothing stronger than that to tell, the people that make these decisions around how to market, how to position yourselves, and us as communications leaders as well, to be able to tell your leaders that, hey, we have to step up here.
Can I add to that too, Pat?
Yeah.
I think too, if you look at U.S. Census Bureau data, the largest ethnic group in the U.S. are white non-Hispanics, which is declining and shrinking. And then, of course, then all the populations that we measure are all growing. And so I wonder sometimes, the pushback are going to be people who look like me, to be very honest, right? The ones that are least comfortable with the conversations that we're having right now and the branding and how we communicate those things. So. But I think we're already diverse and we're not getting less.
That's good to hear, Greg. Thank you for bringing that point of view in. And I think it's an important aspect also to think about allyship, right? We all have to lift each other up in this regard. And we can't just thumb some other group down for the sake of another. Anyway, so speaking of that, then, one of the strategies that seems to be working well for many companies is, I know this is definitely something that Nielsen does, where we work directly with community organizations, such as for Asians, National ACE, HPRA, Hispanic PR Association, for example. And it's not just putting an ad out there, it's really direct engagement with communities. How do you keep that community engagement focus, right, as well as making sure that it is a part of your overall campaign? I know, Greg, you've got some experience with this, with the military and veterans.
Yeah, absolutely. So, of course, the United States military is in some ways behaves like any other large corporation when, it's an all-volunteer force, so we have to go out and recruit from the general population. So just like any other organization has to do as well. And so, of course, there's marketing campaigns and communications and advertisements and promotions, but there's also things like Junior Officer Training Corps, ROTC, or Junior Reserve Officer, JRTC, Civilian Air Corps, partnerships with HBCUs and HSIs, Hispanic serving institutions and historically black colleges and universities, youth programs, connections with the over 45,000 501c3 veteran service organizations around the country. So there's a lot of community building that has been going on for many, many years, in addition to their standard marketing campaign. And on that note, the Department of Defense has a challenge. We are struggling right now. Of all the targeted population that we look at are 17 to 24-year-olds. That's what we aim our marketing and communication at. And of the 100% of 17 to 24-year-olds in this nation, only about 23% even qualify for military service. And only 9% of those 23 have a propensity to serve. So communication, engagement, and identifying influences is really, really critical because we're struggling a little bit there.
I know that a lot of people here can help with that, so. Eric, do you have anything to add
I think you have a
here?
3-minute call. Just looking over at Joe, he just said.
Oh, okay, sorry. I'm getting into the groove here, so. Are you telling us 3 minutes, basically? Okay. All right, so let's go to the last words then, all right?
Yeah.
We've unpacked a lot here, but I want to just address this group right here, of which there are a lot of, younger career folks. Give us your last words in terms of as we're all moving ahead in our careers. What is your one piece of advice to make sure that we are keeping in mind these issues, right, as communications professionals?
I want to start with this. Don't be afraid to bring your full self to work every single day. Don't be afraid to talk about your culture. Don't be afraid to talk about your boyfriend or girlfriend, or depending on who you are, maybe you have multiple. But don't be afraid to talk about that, because talking about it is visibility. And visibility is ultimately how we see change. Do not be afraid to be who you are.
Sure. Last words I think would be building on that actually. Bringing your full self. Bringing your full self, but also looking to learn something new from everybody you meet. Understanding that everybody's different. Everybody's going to have a different perspective on different things, and you don't always have to believe everybody's perspective, or believe in them, but you can be open to learning something from them. But always be open to that.
Leadership. Everything lands at the feet of leadership. In an organization, what is recognized and rewarded, people will scramble to attain. And so as either leaders ourselves or as you're observing leaders, watch for what is recognized and rewarded. And the last thing I'll say is that if I'm in a leadership position, what I fail to prevent, I promote. So if I allow inappropriate jokes, comments, discrimination, and you see me do that, I am telling you that that's okay by not telling you that it's not okay. Leadership matters.
Yeah. Be fearless and be audacious as well. Be fearless and be audacious. Don't be afraid.
So I have a new acronym for you all to remember. LOL, lead, own who you are, and learn it all. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks for all the
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Great job, great job.
All right. Hi, everyone. Give it another round of applause for our first panel. Thank you so much to Patricia, Greg, Eric, and to Anthony. So we're actually going to spend the next 40 minutes giving the conversation back to you all. You have some breakout session papers in the middle of your table, so take one of those. We're going to ask you all to talk amongst yourself and to write down some, top 3 takeaways from the panel, and I'll come around and check in on your progress, and after 20 minutes, we'll be sharing with the rest of the group. So yeah.
Just really quickly, is there any table that only has students at it? Okay, just making sure. All right.
You're good. Hi, everyone. I hope you've all have been having some really great, fruitful conversations based on our first panel. We have a 5-minute warning. In 5 minutes, I'm going to bring everyone back to the group, and we're going to share some of our takeaways from each of our tables and have some volunteers talk about what their group has talked about. 5 minutes. Thank you. All right, we're going to get started pretty soon, so if everyone can go back to their tables, and we're going to share with the group all your conversations. All right, everyone, if I could have your attention, please. Hello, hello. Lots of great chatter. Hi. All right, I heard some really great conversations happening at all of our tables. Everything from new acronyms to new terms being brought back to being true to who your brand is. But now I want to pass it over to you all to kind of share with everyone what your table kind of discussed, your key takeaways from the panel. If anyone would like to raise their hand and volunteer, Sunny will come around and give the mic to you all. No pressure.
Oh, wait. Can you hear me? Okay, great. My table volunteered first. Hyatt.
Thank you. So one of the things that we discussed that we really found intriguing from the first panel was that we work with clients all the time and we're really helping them create strategies and tactics that really resonate with not only the groups and target audiences that they're trying to reach, but beyond that. So when something happens in the world, of course they make a statement to say, we stand by this or what have you, but you can't just have something happen in a moment in time and then never speak on it again. So as D'Anthony mentioned, it's important to, make a statement and put your money where your mouth is and continue to cater a conversation around, a social justice matter or anything of that nature. So that was one of our first key takeaways. You'll be hearing from us again, I'm sure.
Love it. Thank you so much. Anyone else?
I see a hand over there and then another one over there. I'm going over here first. Clear the way if there are any chairs so I don't break my neck. Thank you. Okay.
Hi, everyone. So one of the things that we talked about was, I don't know how to use a mic. I used to be an actor and I don't know how to use a mic. But one of the things we talked about was the importance of creating measurable goals and measurable steps for people without the organization to take or throughout the organization to take. And then actually holding people accountable for those goals during the year-end reviews. So having that being one of the objectives that they need to meet and being able to really look at the key parts that they had committed to at the beginning of the year.
Love it. Making accountable goals. Anyone else?
Okay, I'm coming up to the front.
Hello there, everybody. A couple key takeaways relate to the first comment, though, but performative DEI. We talked about that, how it's not just enough, and how in ownership and integration of that in your mission, in your purpose, in your ethics and values is what makes you seen. And then that goes along with representation. We talked about, whether that's an advertisement or something where you see yourself being represented really sticks to yourself internally and externally for a company to be memorable.
Love it.
Hello. So our group, we were talking about how we need to make sure that a company's values are aligning with what you're promoting. And so that's all about good intentions and, even though everyone has a different idea and definition of what DEI is, just being able to adapt and evolve to everything. And finally, just visibility, bringing change was one of our things that was really important.
Yeah, I love the topic of visibility. I hear some clients are very skeptical to include different audiences in fear of ostracizing their other audiences, but it's actually not that true. And I think making sure that we are able to spread our resources to include all marginalized groups is super important. I think Maya's table, you had a lot of different acronyms, right?
Where? Okay. You got it. I believe in you.
Wasn't expecting that. Okay. So we put for the two acronyms that were shared, LOL, that we thought that was a really quick, that last takeaway, we liked that. And then JEDI, we thought that was an interesting new way to look at DEI. I think it was justice, equity, diversity, inclusion. So yeah, we think that's super important, and being able to kind of see those definitions, how they're different for every company and every brand, and how those align with you personally. So yeah.
There's also the conversation about the term belonging and adding that to the DEI mix, if you wanted to talk about that.
Ooh, you raise your hand? Okay, you're going next. Get ready.
Hi, everyone. So we were really influenced by the discussion that every organization and every person has a different definition for diversity, equity, and inclusion. So we figured as an action item, it would be great for organizations to hone in on a specific word that works specifically for everyone within that organization, like belonging, that could speak to the values of diversity, equity, and inclusion, but also be specific to how everyone in the organization works and their specific needs as all their employees and as a larger organization.
One thing to add on to that I think is really cool about belonging and was another part of our conversation was the fact that a lot of the words like in the traditional DEI acronym have been politicized a bit, and belonging feels new and kind of all-encompassing and might be a little bit easier for some leaders who don't feel comfortable quite yet getting into a space that feels, uncomfortable for them, because it is so all-encompassing, and it could be a nice way for us as the consciences of organizations to slowly get our leadership on board with things.
Thanks, Sunny.
Hi, thank you. One thing that we talked about in our little table was when it was talked about that you should be who you are, don't be afraid, talk about the things that have happened to you. And I think that's really important because a couple of us were students and will be graduating and going into the fields or the industry, and it's like you don't really know what you can and can't talk about. You don't know how to navigate anything, and so the constant reassurance, be true to yourself, talk about your experiences, I think was really reassuring, and it helped clarify on how to act in the industry.
Yeah, I love that. I think the point about being able to show up completely as yourself is super important. I'm going to bring back a quote that I heard last year during one of the panels, and it's to go where you're valued and not where you're tolerated. And going somewhere where you're tolerated, they can maybe accept who you are, maybe because they want to meet a diversity quota, they're bringing you in, but they're not actually listening to who you are and what you bring to the table. And so, you have that bargaining chip. You don't have to shape yourself to fit whoever you think your company needs. Go find a company where you have that community and where you can be yourself. So I think that does start very internally as well. Anyone else? We had some great great talking points there. All right. Well, thank you guys so much for participating in the first breakout session. We'll have another one being moderated by Sunny as well. And I think we'll have the next panel coming up very soon. So I think we'll have a few minutes before then. So you can chat amongst yourself until then. Thank you.
Time for a break.
Yeah.
All right, friends, this is your 3-minute warning. 3-minute warning. All right, everyone, if I could have your attention and if you could take your seats, we're going to start in 30 seconds. But I can't count, so that's felt like 30 seconds, even though it was 10. All right, again, we'd like to thank Burson, Cohen & Wolf, BCW for sponsoring that break. One of the things that we've received feedback over the years on is just like have breaks so that we can meet people. And I will tell you what, I was so excited to hear the volume of this room, the chatter, the engagement, the relationships being made. So kudos to all of you for leaning in that way. I'm excited for us to kick off panel number 2. The topic is addressing unconscious bias and oversights in DEI programs, problems, and success stories. So with that said, I'm going to turn it over to our moderator, Flavia Vigio, and who's going to introduce our panelists. Flavia.
Thank you. Woo. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. For everyone who's here, for everyone who's watching us from home. Hi, Mauricio, that's my husband. He's watching from home, so I better make sure that I'm doing a good job. I'm really, really excited about the panel that we have today. I'm going to first introduce the participants of this incredible panel. I am so happy that we were able to confirm all of them so we can look at a broad perspective of this subject. So first, I'd like to call Jennifer Woods. She's the Vice President of Growth for DMI Consulting and the Alliance for Inclusive and Multicultural Marketing of the Association of National Advertisers. Jen has been at the forefront of the Hispanic marketing for over 25 years, and she's recognized as an industry thought leader, particularly in the areas of research, insights, and strategy. From her deep experience leading multicultural ad agencies, she's developed winning strategies for clients in dozens of categories. Jen also worked at Nielsen for 4 years within the Multicultural Center of Excellence, where she helped optimize multicultural representation in over 40 of Nielsen's top data and measurement tools. Jen has also lived in Mexico, and she habla español,
Sí,
right?
claro.
Okay, good. I'm also super happy to introduce to you guys Aaron Radelet. Aaron has served for the past 4 years as the Global Chief Communications Officer and Senior Vice President at the Walgreens Boots Alliance. I'm sure you all know the company. They're a global leader in retail pharmacy, operating under brands that include Walgreens, Boots, and Duane Reade. During this period, WBA achieved record high media visibility, favorability, and reputation scores. Importantly for our conversation today, these brands were front and center during the COVID-19 pandemic, communicating to a very broad stakeholder base and having a direct impact on the health of millions of people who chose to get tested, informed, and immunized at their pharmacies. Aaron is a broadly recognized and awarded communications leader. He has several honors from professional trade media and associations. He's been responsible for campaigns bearing some of the biggest international brands such as Hilton, Sprint, Nextel, AOL, Time Warner, and while on the agency side, also clients such as the White House, GM, and Ford. So welcome, Aaron.
Thank you. Good to be here.
Our next panelist is Andy Checo. Andy is at D'Exposito and Partners. He has over 30 years of experience connecting brands to diverse audiences and specializing in the US Hispanic market. He is the managing director, PR and social at D'Exposito and Partners, leading work streams for Nielsen and McDonald's. Among others. Andy brings a very unique perspective to this conversation today about how agencies are key allies for clients, companies, and brands in defining and measuring the results of their PR campaigns. Andy has a very privileged viewpoint from having both worked on the agency side and the corporate side. He has worked for brands that include Heineken, TurboTax, Johnnie Walker, Chase Bank, and Ancestry.com. And he's also been in-house for brands such as Maximus Inc., Health First, and Mundo Fox. Last but not least, I'd like to introduce Steve Barrett, who's Vice President and Editorial Director for PR Week and Campaign US. Steve. Steve oversees content operations across Haymarket Media's flagship businesses titles, PR Week and Campaign US. PR Week, as I'm sure most of you are familiar with, if not all, is the premier global media business brand for the communications and PR industries, publishing online, on mobile, and in print. Importantly for today's conversation, the PR Week Awards, which are the Oscars of the PR industry, and PR Decoded, and the Purpose Awards, are all valuable franchises that were developed under Steve's leadership. They all serve as the biggest recognitions to companies, brands, and professionals that excel in their PR campaigns. So the composition of this panel was thought in a way that it would represent the entire scope of a PR campaign. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the idea for this panel today. And I'll do this very briefly because our panel is not very long, and I also want to make sure that I keep the 15 minutes for Q&As, and I really hope that you all have questions to ask. So I want to start by saying that I think the fact that we're focusing on US Hispanics for this panel here today is in and of itself very important. This is the biggest, as we've discussed before, the biggest minority recognized by the US Census Bureau, right? The US Hispanic group represents about 60 million people. So I have a little bit of a hard time looking at this big amount of people as a minority because 60 million people is the same number as the entire population of France or almost the entire population of the United Kingdom. The US Hispanic purchasing power compares to the 5th largest economy in the world, ahead of the UK economy. So the companies who are not looking at this seriously are really missing out on a very, very big consumer base. And having been involved with consumer brands and Spanish language media in my previous years, I really see the opportunity that lies there, and I think it's just a question of education for people to grasp the immensity of that opportunity. That's why, to me, it's really important that talking to students here today, this starts as part of your formation to how you will operate in the future as you develop and lead your own communications campaign. To me, it's very important that planning and communicating to US Hispanics, as it would be for any other demographic group, but since we're talking about US Hispanics here today, it's very important that we all do this purposefully from the beginning of the planning process. If you start with that object in mind, if you define those KPIs and you specifically go after them, then you'll be successful. And it's not just a matter of showing how many press hits or social media likes you got. It's actually a matter of reaching that target audience. That's why it's so important that we have a brand here today like Walgreens, which had to be very specific in addressing that demographic if they wanted those people to understand what that health message about getting immunized against COVID was about and would make a big difference in their lives. So, having said that, I wanted to start my questions with Jen, because Jen has that very unique perspective around numbers, and numbers that can be measured and demonstrate results very easily when you start by setting them up at the beginning. So Jen, you have mentioned to me that it's not surprising that in language and in culture ads outperform the English language ad counterparts, as well as ads that are mere translations, right? Without the clear use of Hispanic insights. And you found that ads that leverage culture well outperform with actual sales and store traffic as well. So from that perspective, just how effective do you think marketers can and should be when they're intentional about integrating culture in their advertising?
So it's a wonderful question. Can everyone hear me okay? Hearing that this is a very large room to fill with voices, so I'll bring all my theater background into this. First of all, I want to say I am so honored to be here, and I'm so excited that we have at the epicenter of this the role of students and our emerging leaders. Because if I had had an opportunity like this back when I started 30 years ago, I would have had so much of an easier time. So I want to encourage you all to take full advantage of the network that's here, the information that's here, and use it to really catapult everything that you do in your early part of the career and just keep going with it. So when I think about what marketers can do to be intentional, when we lean into the data, I have the privilege of working within the leadership of the leading voice of multicultural and inclusive marketing in the country. It is an arm of the ANA called AIM, and it brings together agencies, brands, research companies like Nielsen, like our agency partners here at Daisy Exposito and Partners, media, the entire ecosystem, and we are working together to set the standards.
Can you hold this with you as well? Okay. I think it
we are using the power of the entire ecosystem to set the new standards for growth and equity in terms of how the whole industry should be operating. And one of the biggest things that we've leaned into is the power of data. And when we look at a tool that we've created called the Cultural Insights Impact Measure, it is the deepest, most robust tool that measures how culture in advertising, program, and content is actually working or not working. It is no longer someone's opinion. We as marketers have known intuitively that it makes sense to build in insights from the very beginning and carry those through as opposed to bolting something on. But we now have data that proves that when you do in-language, in-culture advertising to reach the Latino marketplace, you can perform 1 to 2 quartiles ahead of if you had just done something that's very basic or an English translation or nothing at all. And we measure it in quartiles. There's the 2 top quartiles, which are best in culture, and then there are the bottom 2 that are, in need of work, right? So when we have advertisers acknowledging the fact that this is no longer somebody's opinion, that if you have culture performing well, we know that it's responsible for 66% of that ad's ability to drive sales. And in the Hispanic market, it's actually even higher. It's closer to 77%. It sends a clear message that you need to do your homework up front, find those insights, and build them into that advertising to speak specifically and intentionally to that audience. And it is no longer now somebody's opinion to have to build a case over and over, which is why as you as students, hopefully will save yourself months and months, if not years and hours, of trying to attract the attention and the buy-in from your senior leaders, because the data doesn't lie.
Thank you, Jen. And I'm using this just to reinforce in case one of our mics is not working very well. So I'll go straight to Aaron. Aaron, so I mentioned this earlier. You were involved with a very important campaign, which meant sometimes life and death for many people around the world. So, or in many countries, right? How did you take that opportunity and that responsibility from the get-go to make sure that you are addressing the right audiences? I'll give this to you as well.
Yeah, sure. So, Flavia, thank you for having us here. It's great to be with everybody. I will say, just to add to the point that you've already made in terms of that 1 in 5 Americans are Hispanic. Think about that from Walgreens terms. So we have roughly 9,000 stores in all of the US. And that's just in the US. We have 3,000 in the UK, et cetera. But just in the US, 9,000. If we took away 1/5 of those stores, that's 1,700 stores. Imagine what would have happened if I interviewed for my job and I said during that interview, you know what, I'm gonna get about 4/5 of this right. I'm not gonna address the other 20%. I don't think I would have been hired, right? Our job is to make sure that we reach every single customer that we have, and Walgreens has stores in all 50 states and communities all across the country, and Puerto Rico as well, so that's something that as communicators should always be front in mind, as you've already touched on. To answer your question, we were able to measure our success during the pandemic in a lot of different ways. I think the most important measure of success is that as of this time last year, so from the start of the pandemic, when the vaccination started becoming available, to last November, we had already vaccinated at Walgreens stores alone 72 million Americans. And if you put that in terms of actual people who are healthier and some people that are alive, that is by far the most important metric. But we can also go into a lot of other ways that we can discern if the campaign worked. One of the most important, of course, is that PR Week acknowledged us as the brand of the year during one of those years of the pandemic, so we appreciate that. Time actually acknowledged us as one of the most influential companies, but we also use more traditional measures of success as well. So every board report, because my team would put out a report to the board every 3 months, we would talk about the reach, how we were getting out across our NPS, our Net Promoter Score. We were looking at measurements including RepTrack and YouGov over in the UK. Those are tools that a lot of people are familiar with. We looked at our message penetration compared to other competition and how much we were getting out messages including equity, and that we were addressing all communities, including communities of color. And we also were looking at share of voice and just overall how many media inquiries were coming in, because the sheer volume was something we had never seen before. And as we added that all up, one of the stats that I'm most proud of is that amongst communities of color, there was the most hesitancy when it came to vaccinations at the start of the vaccine rollout. It was about 65% of hesitancy at that point. Within a year, we had brought that down to 36%. So again, if you think about how many more people went in and actually got vaccinated during that time, that shows that we did our job.
Yeah, that's incredible, especially if you consider the importance of continued measurement of the impact that you're having, so that doesn't serve as your final destination, but you continue to measure throughout your campaign how well it's going so you can fine-tune the next steps, right? You were looking at this as the campaign was moving forward. So great. And in that point specifically, I wanted to ask Andy a question. Because as we know, the agencies, and Andy leads a very important agency specialized in the US Hispanic market. Agencies are the key allies for companies to have that strategic thinking, and then execute, plan, execute, measure the campaigns. Andy, what's the importance and the relevance of working in culture for the success of the PR campaigns?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me here. I had the privilege of being here in 2019, and I'm glad to be back. I do love the mix of this event, which is unlike any other industry event. From an agency standpoint, I got to say that through my involvement with the Hispanic PR Association, I get to witness the work that many agencies do in the Hispanic marketplace. And there's really great work being done, but mostly by smaller Hispanic-owned agencies. I think there's some work that needs to be done with larger agencies, global agencies, in terms of recognizing the importance of the Hispanic consumer. When it comes to brand, really, when you think about business, if you're not engaging with Hispanic, and we talked about the power of their spending power and how big that is, you're really leaving money at the table. So if for any reason, from a business perspective, if you're not engaging in building programs that are first and foremost in culture, you're not realizing the full potential of the marketplace. The other thing that I want to call out is the importance of language, right? A few years ago, not a few years ago, but in the mid-2000s through the late 2000s, in terms of total market became popular, which was really integrating your Hispanic outreach in campaigns that were targeted to more diverse consumers. But brands did not go the extra step of really making sure that those campaigns had cultural insights to connect with the consumer. So what you saw was advertising campaigns with many different faces, so that the brands could say, we're diversifying our audience here, but really that landed really shallow when it comes to really doing meaningful connection with the Hispanic community. One other thing for agency is, we talked about popular culture. When you think about popular culture in this country right now, Hispanics are driving popular culture. You think about Bad Bunny, which Steve might talk about in a little bit. Being a global superstar, connecting by singing in Spanish, so language really can connect to consumers. And the fact is that 75% of Latinos who live in the US speak Spanish. We are the second largest Spanish-speaking country outside of Mexico, which is the largest. So you need to consider language and how that can impact the connection you have to those consumers.
Thank you, Andy. That's very to the point. So considering all that, Steve, and the fact that you and your organization have been looking at the execution of these campaigns, not only from a media coverage perspective, because you do cover the trade and you cover how well these campaigns go, but also, when companies give you beautiful press releases about their results, but it's not just about that. It's also about looking deeper into their metrics when you have the awards. So then you really understand what was the original goal and how effective was the execution. Can you talk to us about some of the good examples and some of the examples that could have been better taken advantage of?
Sure thing. Thanks, Flavia. Thanks for inviting me to be on this panel. I'm a journalist, so I'm used to asking the questions, not answering them, so bear with me if I
You're in the hot seat today.
don't perform up to standard. But what Andy was saying about language is really interesting, because how many people did see Bad Bunny presenting SNL a few weeks ago? I thought that was, are we for Bad Bunny or Taylor Swift in this room? They both drive a lot of traffic, so does The Weeknd. But that shows how much more diverse culture is in the US and globally. Hip-hop's the most, it's the biggest music in the whole world now. So things have changed. And that was an interesting show, because he was presenting in Spanish, he was presenting in English, he was presenting in Spanglish, if I can use that word. And I did notice at Andy's Bravo Awards the other week, the presenters were doing the same thing. Just that was the way the flow of the evening was going and the content was going. And I think smart marketers are tapping into that as well. So the old days when you would just translate your campaign into Spanish, hopefully have gone, because we've all seen what can happen when you do that, right? There was one airline in the 90s that had this upgrade to all fancy leather seats, and they had this campaign called All in Leather, and they were very proud of it, and they extended it into the Spanish market, into the Mexican market. The problem was that all in leather in Spanish in a lot of places means fly naked. That's a different campaign. I mean,
Different
there might be a market for that, but that's not
Different
what
demographic.
that's not the one they were looking for. And that just showed that they didn't have people on their teams who could speak Spanish, who were culturally sensitive, they weren't diverse enough. So one of the big lessons, and I see such a diverse room, this is great. We need you in the industry, and we need you in the in-house and at agencies, because as we're hearing, the market's changing. There's another very, very high-profile campaign called Got Milk, which I'm not sure if everyone's aware of that one. And it's big Chicago links with that campaign. I don't know whether this was a bullet dodged, but they did have Hispanic creatives working on this, and they wanted to extend the campaign. And Got Milk in Spanish can mean, are you lactating? Again, that's not the look they're going for with that campaign. So we've all seen what can happen if you haven't got people on your teams that are Hispanic, right? And or at least attuned to that market. Even this year, often you get these campaigns coming out in Hispanic Heritage Month when, you know, people are all, you've seen it, Andy, over the years, I'm sure. You know, Marvel Comics did a preview of their cover. They were marketing it, and they just basically had superheroes with tacos and tamales, right? This is not appropriate, never was, but it definitely isn't appropriate to the modern Hispanic audience. So that being said, and there was the NFL campaign, which actually wasn't a bad campaign, but they put a tilde above the N in Nacional, and obviously that isn't Spanish, and that just killed any goodwill that they might have got from that campaign. So it's so important to have people in the room, creatives, PR pros, comms pros, marketers and advertisers who understand the culture and who know how to communicate it with it. And just I'm not being totally negative like a journalist. There are now some great brand campaigns. A lot of them actually from companies with ties to Chicago. So McDonald's is doing some great work. General Mills, Walmart, and many others are really doing some top campaigns. A lot of them were on display at the HPRA Bravo Awards the other week. I'm going to do a feature on some of these campaigns next week, so look out for that on prweek.com. Got to get my plug in. So I do think we've moved on, but there's a long way to go. And we had a lot of students at our conference in Chicago a couple of weeks ago. I was so impressed with the energy, dynamism, and engagement that you brought to the event. And that makes me feel, and our 40 Under 40 event was last week as well, the younger next generation of leaders. I am seeing fantastic, diverse PR pros and creatives leading this industry into the next phase. I'm really excited to see what they do with it.
Thank you, Steve. And you know, what you mentioned about the dangers of just translating something without really getting context speaks to the fact that it's so important to have representation in the room, right? Because you don't know what you don't know, and that's fine, right? We don't know everything. I will not venture into creating anything for any groups that I don't understand. I will try to get as much help as I can, but that's the importance of having the right people in the room. And it's also, as I always say, the responsibility that we all have when we are in the room to speak up, because if we let these things pass, or if we let ourselves be convinced of something that is not genuine, then we're not really helping. So I think that every one of us who understands part of what the conversation is that maybe other people do not, then it's our responsibility to make that point come across. So bias and representation are key as flags, right? Andy, you talk about some of the pitfalls that agencies have when creating those campaigns. What do you think about that?
So a few things. I think, there's great agencies out there that have great teams, but an agency is only as good as the client is, right? Yeah. If the client does not have the insights, if there's no representation on the client side, if they're not really committed to Hispanic, it is up to the agency to challenge that client, which sometimes could be an uphill battle. And like sometimes you need to decide when to let that go, because obviously, you know, it is a business, right? And you want to maintain that client. And they hire us to advise them on different strategies. But if the path they want to pursue is dictated totally by the client, then that agency is not going to be successful in providing a result to the client. So that's one of the pitfalls on the agency side. I think, you know, we still, when you see investment for brands, we still way underfund. The fact that we are 20% of the population, and when it comes to budgets, you know, the allocation should be similar to that, right? It should be in the double digits. And the fact is that when it comes to Hispanic marketing and PR, allocation of budgets is in the single digits. So obviously we have a lot of work to do, right? Which sometimes we have sometimes to develop strategies in both languages. So the work is double than developing a general market campaign. But the amount of resources that we have available is really limiting. So we have to be really resourceful from some clients. And then some have not ventured into the space whatsoever. So there's a lot of education that needs to happen, right? And we're glad when we get one of those clients that haven't ventured into Hispanic marketing and PR, because that is an opportunity for us to really see that client grow and really foster. Our job as communicators is to build and foster relationships with different audiences, with stakeholders for brands, right? And so getting that relationship from the beginning is something that we treasure as agencies, and working on those brands is really meaningful for any agency.
Yeah, because we also don't want to be associated with campaigns that will make us feel ashamed in the end, right? Or that will turn back in the public eye. Steve, did you want to make a point about that?
Yeah. I think that's what you say is true about the agency client dynamic, and especially with an agency like yours, which is a multicultural agency. The bigger agencies, which account for 80% of the business, it's actually on the clients to say, listen, I need diverse teams, and if you don't give me that, then you're not working on the business anymore. And because at the end of the day, this whole machine works with the client's money, and they have the power to say that, because we've still got a load of progress to make with the holding company firms especially. One holding company out there won't even give its numbers. It's not even bold enough to, it's not even bold. That should be a basic starting point. If you look at our agency business report on PR Week, you can see which one it is. We do a diversity stat roundup of the agencies. So they need to do better, and we made a lot of progress after 2020, but that has waned, I'm afraid. So there's a responsibility on the clients to hold their agencies to account as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we are on time with the Q&A, with the panel part. Before we move to Q&A, I still wanted to ask one question to both Jen and Aaron, and that's specifically about KPIs. I'll ask you two the same question. Maybe you'll come to the answer from different perspectives. Maybe I'll start with you, Aaron. How important was it for you to establish those KPIs at the beginning of your campaign and continue to track them? And Jen, do you think, because you look at the measurement from the ad perspective, right? Do you think that there is opportunity for the PR, the communications, the organic, the non-paid side of the campaigns to do a better job in keeping track of those results?
Yeah, so some of you might be familiar with the Peter Drucker quote that you can't manage what you can't measure. So it's really important that at the very beginning, you set the standard, and then you go back and you say, okay, just like all of you when you were in college or are in college, you need to know what you're being graded on. It's your syllabus, right? It's what the professor hands out at the first day. And then you go on from there, and you know how you can measure yourself up against it. And it's what I was saying earlier about that board report. The board knew how we were managing and measuring our success because we came back to it over and over again. Before I go into that just a little bit more, I do want to just touch on what Andy and Steve were saying, which is we should all have the experience sometimes of being in a meeting where you feel like the topic isn't completely dominating what you're there or that you're representing, right? So I'll give you a quick example. When I was at Sprint Nextel, we were rolling out, some of you are familiar with the walkie-talkie service Direct Connect, and we were launching that in several Latin American countries. And I found myself in the room with my limited Spanish, and big budgets in that case that were being spent on that campaign. And then later on, because I oversaw our sponsorship PR, we also brought in some Spanish-speaking NASCAR content. We brought in Juanes as a big sponsorship. And so over and over again, I was in these meetings, and I remember how thoughtful people were to bring me into the conversation and making sure that everybody felt like they had a voice at that table. And I'll always remember that lesson, and I think that that's something, as we have this conversation, that should stick with us. You know, the last thing that I would say, just going back to your point, Flavia, on measurement, make sure that you're looking at, for each individual audience, what you're measuring. So we decided at Walgreens during the pandemic that we were going to bring the actual message to the localities where there were a lot of Spanish-speaking and Hispanic audiences. So we actually had a bus tour that went out. We actually worked with community groups. We worked with the Hispanic caucus within the Congress. We worked with LULAC. We made sure that all of the friends that we had already established those relationships, we could count on in the middle of an emergency, and they really came through for us. We also made sure that we had about 1,500 vaccination sites around the country that weren't in our stores themselves. So that opened up even more opportunities. And then we broke down a COVID index. So we could say by city and community where COVID actually was springing up more, and we could speak directly to those audiences. And we used our Spanish-speaking pharmacists because those were the people that were most trusted. So those are a few lessons and takeaways.
Yeah, absolutely. Using your allies for those campaigns is absolutely key to multiply your message.
So to sort of put a fine point on all of this before we open it up for Q&A, I think, Aaron, what we're hearing from you and everyone else is about going from the goal of being well-intended to fully intentional. And the question that you've specifically, brought back is in the area of PR and communications and earned media, the opportunity is just as large and the gap is still just as big, because that's where your message goes out and you're not in control of that from an editorial standpoint. But I have seen in my own agency experience, out of the 30 years that I've been doing this, about 25 of those have been spent in Hispanic-owned, multicultural PR advertising marketing agencies, and PR has been a very big part of my career. And I've seen so many clients want to make shortcuts. Here's my press release in English. Lo voy a traducir. I'm going to just translate it into Spanish, and I'm going to spray and pray into the universe of media out there. They don't even check their media lists, who's on those lists. And we know from the measurement that we do in ads that when you are in those right channels, diverse owned and diverse targeted media, you have the opportunity to increase brand trust by up to 42% than if you were just in some general market media. You have the opportunity to increase sales lift by up to 20% or more if you're in those channels. And that holds true to PR messages as well. So the same care that we develop advertising messages needs to be constructed within our public relations and our social campaigns in just the same way. It is not going to be a straight translation that's going to get it done. Sure, there are going to be some publications that have maybe a team of 2 people that'll just copy and paste it, put it out there, but that's not really going to give you the brand story that you're looking for. So absolutely, as PR professionals, push for that intentionality from day one.
Well, that's awesome. Thank you very much. And you made me think about using AI for the just immediate translation of the things that we're doing. And artificial intelligence, although a great, great tool for us and something that will change the way we do our work, is already changing the way we communicate, but it'll change our industry completely very soon and continue to do so. I think that it's our responsibility also to train the machines that we use and help machine learning so that bias is not so scary with machines as it can be with humans. Having said all that, thank you so much to the panelists. I want to open up for questions, and I know that I've taken so much time from the Q&A session. I hope, Joseph, you will forgive me, but let's try to take as many questions as we can. Yes, Cheryl.
Hi, everybody. I'm Cheryl San Clemente. I'm a Planck Center board member.
and Colombian American, and a head of comms at an AI company. So a lot of intersection here with what I've heard. One thing that I wanted to point to, and I think Jen, you were getting there, it's that everybody thinks that marketing to a Hispanic audience is a one-size-fits-all, but there's incredibly important cultural nuance. What's Mexican American may not be Colombian American or Cuban American, et cetera. So I'm just curious to know how you all manage that balance, and how do you find that strategy?
I think, Andy, you should take that.
So I think, it is really important to recognize that, because being Hispanic or Latino is not really a culture. We are a melting pot of different cultures, and it's very different. So when marketers come to us on the PR side or advertising side, they think Mexicans, right? They are the largest group of Hispanic living in the US. It's about 60-something% of Latinos in the US. So they come with that mentality, but if you build a strategy towards that community, that might not resonate in some areas of the country that are really important for your bottom line. So again, that's why it is important to hire agencies that understand the mix of Hispanic that we have, because what could work for you in the West Coast might not resonate to an East Coast Latino. And also, even though this is the only place where we're pulled into this Hispanic and Latino label, but the fact is that when we identify ourselves and things are changing, you identify yourself with your nationality, right? Where you come from. Like you say I'm Italian, you don't really say I'm European, right? So it's the same thing. I'm Dominican, but I'm Dominican American because I do identify myself as an American and as a Hispanic or Dominican. So I think you need to understand the complexity of the mix of the Hispanic audience in the US.
Thank you, Andy. Thanks, Cheryl. Next.
Hi, my name is Jess. I'm from the University of Delaware, and this is my first Planck Center DEI conference, so I'm really excited to be here.
Welcome.
I have a question for Erin. As the CCO of Walgreens Boots Alliance, what is Walgreens' plan to address the pharmacist strikes that have been happening across the country?
Yeah, so I have an easy answer on that because we didn't cover this, but I actually left the company at the beginning of the summer, so I can't speak directly to what's happening on a day-to-day basis. I'm no longer the official spokesperson. What I will say is what the company is saying, which is that pharmacists, in particular during the pandemic, really stepped up and were on the front lines, and we saw more than ever the vital services that they provide for our country. And I know the company is very much committed to doing what's right by them, as well as making sure that there isn't as much interruption to customer services, because again, these are very important offerings that are happening day in and day out, and we want to make sure that those continue. So I think that there are solutions on the table, and hopefully they'll get further along in the days ahead.
Thank you.
Good to see you're still on message, Aaron.
Yes. On brand and on message. Very nice.
Hi, I'm Cameron Anderson from Western Illinois University. I had a question for all of you. So when it comes to the new reality that we're coming to with more inclusion appropriately and less bias, do you feel that we're overall heading towards a bilingual approach to like marketing strategies with things like, I don't know, like maybe commercials that are in one language and some in the other, or products even that just hint towards or at least elaborate more on the inclusion aspect like that?
So I personally do think that we're heading there. That's going to take some time. That's not happening anytime. But for example, if you go, one of our clients is the Smithsonian Museum of American History. And if you're in the museum, you go there, their exhibits are totally bilingual. You find everything in Spanish and English. In fact, they just opened a new exhibit called the Ultima Hora, which featured Latina journalists in the museum. And we developed the main video for that exhibit, which is totally in Spanish with English subtitles. And so this is obviously a nonprofit, a museum, but when it comes to brand and when it comes to society as a whole, you see Spanish being more accepted. The fact that Bad Bunny hosted, SNL mostly in Spanish, that would have never happened 10 years ago. I mean, we talked about Latino artists making the crossover back in the day. the crossover was going from singing in Spanish to singing in English. And that's not happening anymore. They stay true to their music in their language, and they can be successful and become #1 in the billboards by singing in Spanish. So yeah, I think we, as a whole, this country is going to become more bilingual, and Spanish is being more accepted broadly.
There's actually already, I didn't mention Ford earlier, but they already do a campaign for the F-150 where the characters in the ad are talking in English when they're talking about the vehicle from a personal family point of view. And then when they're talking about it for how they use it for business, they're speaking in Spanish. And that's in the same ad. So those sort of hybrid ads and activations and marketing and comms activations, I definitely think we'll see a lot more of that.
And I'll just say online, it's it's almost table stakes now, where if you develop some sort of a web page, at the very minimum, there should be a landing page that you'll expect. Because a lot of times, even if those family members are all very fluent in English, when it comes to certain products like financial services, healthcare, right? You don't want to miss anything. And those kids in the family are acting as translators for practically everybody in the household. So they like to toggle in between Espanol and Inglés so that everybody is completely comfortable in understanding what needs to be understood and that nothing's missed through the cracks. So that's happening in a lot of places.
Well, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, Flavia. You hit on a really important word too, which is bias. And I think we should all acknowledge that we have biases in our own minds, right? That's just a natural part of being human. And how can we overcome some of those biases, right? So look at your connections on LinkedIn, for example. Look at the social media that you follow. Look at the areas of town that you frequent. Look at who your friends are. Look at who your professional contacts are. Look at the media that you follow on a day in and day out basis. All of these shape our worldview. I remember when we were in the middle of the pandemic and we were getting a lot of media attention. We were on CNN and the Today Show was getting vaccinated on air, and all that was great, but that's general availability media. You have to dive deeper, and you have to say, okay, do we need to have a radio media tour directed at the Spanish-speaking audience? Should we have a satellite media tour with one of our Spanish-speaking pharmacists? And the more you have people in your team and at the table that are representing different viewpoints, they're going to raise those questions, and then if you're exposing yourself to that more, you're also going to be more in that mindset as well.
I just wanted to add one point, which I think, oh, here's my clock, which I think is critical for this, right? When we're talking about bilingual. The message is the medium, right? So you have to know which media you're using to communicate. So in some cases, you need to understand that you're not going to reach everyone if you just use the biggest general media companies, right? Even though they cover a big population. But if you're just doing campaigns that will go on you know, the big expected media channels, you'll reach everyone. You also need to have the channels that speak in language and in culture. So you will look for the channels that speak in Spanish all the time. You will look for the channels that speak to that demographic that you're trying to reach. So that's what I mean by being purposeful when you're planning your campaign from the beginning. It's how are you actually going to reach the audience that you're looking for and affect some activity or some reaction. What is it that you want these people to do? Do they want them to buy tickets to a concert? Do you want them to buy a product? Do you want them to come visit your store? Whatever it is, a service. If you know where they get their news and their information, that's where you need to go. So sometimes it's English language, sometimes it's Spanish language, sometimes it's another niche publication because you just know that the people you're looking for read that. And again, nowadays, like Aaron was just talking about, we cannot just consider that the traditional PR plans that we used to do 5-10 years ago continue to be effective. The world has changed. We consume our news differently. I get information from my refrigerator, for example. So you need to know what people are looking at, and then you will talk to them through those channels. Joseph, we don't have time for any more questions, do we? No.
Well, so here's the deal, though. We are going to go to a break. So if you do have follow-up questions, I would encourage you to come talk to our panelists. But can we just give a big round of applause for our panelists and Flavia?
Thank you, everyone.
Okay. And before I cut you all loose, so we have a 15-minute break. Again, this is all about networking. By the way, BCW sponsored this break, and there are snacks in the back. But before we go, can those students who received scholarships to attend this event in the gala tonight, could you just please stand? So there's a group of students who have applied to be here. Awesome. We want to recognize them. We also want you to be connecting with them as well, right, as part of their experience for coming here today. So we have about a little over 15, or a little under 15 minutes. Go ahead and take a quick break. We'll be back at 3:30. Grab some snacks, and thanks for participating.
Good work. Thank you.
Of course, yes.
Appreciate it.
Are we hot mic still?
I think we.
Is Olivia here too? Or? Oh, good. Hi. How's it going? Good to see you. Good? Okay. Somebody have an iPhone? Do you mind doing an iPhone shot? Yeah, great. Can you tell them up here in person? Yeah, right. Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay, that was fun. Yeah, you're like, oh, I already know what this guy's gonna say. Yeah. Yeah, that was a lot of fun to do. Yeah, I think I might go back and do something like that. Yeah. I'd like to get back and go and talk to the school at some point too.
Yeah, we need speakers.
Yeah, of course, just let me know. That would be more than happy to. Because I was just saying, I go back pretty frequently I'm on the foundation board, so I go back and campus. I'm in Chicago, but I was just back for homecoming, and I literally did it in a day. It's funny, when I went to school at Grand Valley, I thought, Chicago was way over there. I remember, we did a road trip to Wrigley for my 21st birthday, and I thought, that's a long way away. And now I'm like, that long. It was like a 3-hour drive, right? So, I got used to that ride for sure, and like I was saying that my goddaughter is in Michigan, so I get a chance to go see her and family. Any old excuse, just let me know. I'm happy to do it. Okay. I'm so glad you came over. Yeah. Are you gonna be at the gala later as
Yes.
well? Okay.
Yep. And then the CPRE report. I'm the incoming journal editor for JPRE, so it's a big day tomorrow. Big breakfast for the report of education and public relations. So. Yeah.
Well, I'll look for that in the headlines.
Oh, you won't like it. It won't be very exciting for you now, but when you come and teach for us, you will care a lot about that.
Yeah, thank you. You on the next one? Oh my gosh, are you nervous?
A little bit. Do you have any words of I just want to bring that out.
Congratulations, by the way.
Okay, everybody, time flies when we're having fun. We're going to start again in 1 minute, so go find your seats. 1 minute. All right, everybody, we're going to get you back. We're going to start back up. All right, I promise there will be time for more networking. That's a promise. Okay. We are excited to start again. If you're still in line to get snacks, get snacks. Okay. I am really excited for our next and last panel. We are going to do breakouts again, so keep that in mind. I was stalling for Samuel. This is perfect. Okay, our final panel, engaging and empowering PR students. This is a great topic. It's always a fan favorite when we bring back our young professionals to have this great conversation. I'm going to introduce our moderator as well as the breakout session moderator and let them take it from there. But San is the PRSSA National President and will be our moderator for this session. And we will also have Sunny Franks Miller, who you've been seeing running around, who's a Plank Emerging Leaders Committee member and also a communication manager at Clarios. So I'm going to turn the time over to San, and we'll go from there.
Thank you, thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you all so much for being here. My name is San Sharma. I'm the PRSSA National President, and I have the honor and privilege of moderating this incredible session today. So with me, we have Olivia Dolly, we have Trinity Hunter, and we have Sam from, can you guys say your universities? You guys mind?
Sorry?
Your universities.
Oh, yeah, sure. I'm from Grand Valley State, so Grand Rapids, Michigan. They're in the far left over here, so.
I'm from the University of Alabama, so roll tide.
Do the mic. There you go. Here, you can keep the mic after that.
I'm from California State University, Northridge.
Yes.
Go Matadors.
Yes, awesome. No, that's incredible. And we're missing Rhea Williams, who wasn't able to make this event due to some reasons, but we have an incredible session today. So as young leaders, I'm just going to start off right into the conversation, and I want to talk to you guys all about young professionals. So everyone here is a young professional, and I wanted to know, in terms of DE&I, what do you all think, in your personal opinions, what can we do to further DE&I and celebrate diverse backgrounds and overall just create that space? As a young professional, what do you feel we can do? So we'll start out with Olivia and then move.
I think that something that we really can work on is just being open-minded, learning other people's stories, taking the time to really get to know someone, and then being conscious of some of that language that you might be using. Just to understand that we all have our own story to share and tell, whether we think that we're from a diverse background or we are or we're not. And it's really great just to be as open-minded as you can when you're thinking about that.
I would agree with that, definitely. I think I would also add on that a lot of people don't recognize the power of their nonverbal rhetoric as well. So not only what we say, but also our facial expressions, our body language, how we're interacting with different people. I feel like I'm going in and out on the mic. But how we interact with people, at least how I have been interacted with, if I've ever experienced a microaggression, 9 times out of 10, it came not from what they said, but how they acted. And so to me, that's something that I think that we can do when we're engaging with different cultures, not only inviting them to the table, but also including them.
I think, especially on that note, having this conversation of representation and inclusiveness in the DEI perspective, it's one thing to just put the imagery, to put the symbolism, to say you recognize that, but it's another to actively be part of the community, to represent and show that you care. People see the transparency of the actions and what they do, and any company can put papel picado or they can put a calavera on a logo or anything, but it's another step forward to really show that you care about the community, to influence and impact and bring back to the community you say you represent. And I think that's one of the more important aspects, is really showing your intentions to not only advocate, but to really prove that you have that mean of sharing that community.
I love that. Those are all incredible answers, and I think it makes me think a lot about just the aspect of communications. As communicators, we all have that aspect of talking, But another really important part of communicating is how it's received, how your message is received, and like you guys are mentioning, to take that into consideration of who you're talking to. So what would you say is, for someone that's interested in learning about how to make their message so that it's received better by different communities, what are some steps that you guys believe would be beneficial and helpful for people to take?
Yeah, so we've heard it throughout the whole panel session, but education is key, you know. In high school, I got along really well with the foreign exchange students just because I love to learn. So I'd always be constantly asking questions about their background, just some of the things that seem kind of out of the norm for me, but it's normalized for them, and then just really kind of putting myself in their shoes and understanding their lived experiences, how they're
not only put ourselves in the shoes of other people, but before we are even able to do that, we have to be able to listen to them and hear their perspectives too. So something that I would struggle with at school is that I would, try to do the best by a certain group when I was really heavily involved in DEI in undergrad, and then I would talk to the people for their perspectives, and they would say, oh, we actually didn't need this, what we needed is this. And that was such a valuable lesson because I was trying to speak for them, I was trying to speak over them, and what I needed to be doing is amplifying them instead.
I especially like that notion of amplifying the voices, you know, not speaking over. You know, you have that perspective of you can't speak for an entire community, you can't speak for an entire ethnicity, you can't speak for an entire religion, but you can do your very best to listen to what they say. You can do your very best to appreciate what they say and immerse yourself not just in the understanding of the culture, but an understanding of the community itself. There's so many different, you know, subcultures and everything, and having that sense of understanding and putting yourself in their shoes, like you said, it's very important to just immerse yourself into the understanding of why this is the way it is, and how you can best educate yourself. That's the biggest key, is educating yourself, removing yourself of harmful stereotypes that you might not even know are there, but it's having that education, that sense of understanding, and again, immersing so you can really learn how you can better improve in representing or assisting the voices of who you're representing.
To kind of build off of that, I think, you know, we might not always understand it from the get-go, but then just like realizing that and acknowledging that you don't quite understand something or you're not entirely sure, and then communicating that to that person so that they can further explain things.
No, it's incredible. Asking questions when you have the question. And before we move on to the next point, I do want to applaud all of you for being willing to talk about this. And for everyone that has talked about this, these can be sometimes difficult discussions that we have, but I think they're very important discussions, especially if you want to build a brighter future. It is important to have these difficult discussions. But building on from that, I want to ask you all, for someone that's possibly scared or is a little afraid to have a discussion like this, or is afraid to speak up when they feel that they're not being treated, or if they, like we were talking about microaggressions earlier, if they see something like that or feel some way and they're not necessarily the most comfortable to speak up, what advice would you give to someone that is in that position?
I would say if you're uncomfortable in a certain situation, whether you're trying to communicate something that's bothering you or something that's just kind of been on your mind, kind of share where you're coming from that perspective. So for me in high school, I'm deaf in my right ear, and so kind of like asking for those accommodations and then just being very open and upfront. I always was very scared and shied away from it just because I didn't want to just look belittled on or anything like that. And so eventually coming to terms with, you know, your accommodations are valid and you do deserve these things and you should have the access to equal rights and education for that purpose. Just kind of really sinking that into you are worth it and you are worth that time.
Absolutely. I would say that I don't have a perfect answer to it. I'm just now kind of stepping more into being able to find my voice and feeling like I am very comfortable with speaking up and speaking out against those things. I went to a PWI when I was younger, and I'm currently at a PWI as well. And honestly, what I used to do and what I still think was a valuable tool is that I would take what I felt was rejection and turn it into redirection. And the reason why I say now I'm more comfortable with speaking up is because I don't want anyone to feel that when they have a microaggression against them, they need to move. That's not what I'm saying whatsoever. But for me, if I felt like I was not being listened to, if I felt like I was not being valued, I learned to pivot. And I would say, okay, I am no longer going to give you this service from me. I am going to move to a place where I feel like I am appreciated and I'm still doing great work. And I think that those two things can at times come together depending on the situation.
I think, especially with that, it's reasonable to not know. It's reasonable to be curious, and I don't think people should really be fearful of their curiosity. If you don't know, it's much better to ask a question, to familiarize yourself with the concept, than to just kind of go right into it not knowing. And, something or some advice that I would give somebody who's fearful of that or asking questions is, you don't know until you ask. There's always that room for improvement. There's always that room for education, and that's the only way you can really broaden your horizons is to ask questions. And it's scary, I'm not gonna lie, but it's through this action that we can really improve on our perspectives, and it's the only way we can really improve on how we can represent and work with others in the best and most inclusive way possible is by diving headfirst into asking these questions. As scary as it is, it's one of the most impactful things we can do so we can better ourselves and better our characters to really move forward and bring the voices that need to be heard. It's through these questions that are uncomfortable, but it's the best course of action to really learn and to really brand yourself as somebody who cares to learn, because that ultimately shows, as scary as it is, you care to ask questions, and that's the first step, I think, in bringing voices to be heard.
I love that. That's definitely very, very powerful, and especially as students and people that are young professionals going into the industry, it's very just motivating to see how much you care about this. And I think the fact that you're all doing this is a huge step, because I know for me when I was growing up, it was tough to see people that were talking about the things that I wanted to talk about, or listen to topics that I was interested in, and to hear you all discuss this and discuss how you handle situations, how you advise it, I think is very motivating. So definitely, like, it's a huge deal that you're doing this. It's very, very big in terms of allyship, and that's another thing that I wanted to talk about was allyship. In the earlier panels, they did mention allyship a little bit, but I wanted to talk as students and young professionals. There is a lot that we can do, but it's often just, from my personal experience, I've seen it just be pushed away and overlooked at times. But in terms of true allyship and true support, how do you feel you best would receive allyship, and how do you feel you can, like, how do you best give how can you be the best ally, but also, receive that?
So when I think of allyship, I think of just kind of being there for someone, really letting them know that they are heard, they're seen, they're supported in ways that you can support them. But then also I think about just being on teams for our student-run firm, and then being someone who's younger, not as much experience as the seniors I was in projects with and that sort of thing. And just thinking, oh, I don't have as much experience, I don't have as much to offer as they do. And so I wouldn't have that voice to share my ideas, give my opinion on certain things. And so just really now, allyship is something that I really want to just vocalize and just share things, share my ideas, encourage others to as well. And then just being open-minded and providing that support to others so that they don't feel like that.
Absolutely. I would also say that allyship needs to be something that's constantly fluid. It needs to be moving. You need to allow the people who you're claiming to be an ally of to have that autonomy and that agency. I remember after summer 2020, when everything happened with race relations in the country, I had people who no longer wanted to be my friend, who were really frustrated with me because I dared to speak out about this injustice. And it was really interesting because I had, to them, always been a palatable Black person. I was someone who they could count on to make them feel good, to tell them everything was okay, even though I personally don't believe I ever did that, but that was how they felt, that was how they took my identity. But then when they had to acknowledge that I still was Black and I still had these opinions and I was not someone who was in service to them, that was where the friendship or the relationship started to disintegrate. And so I think a lot of people view allyship as a title, and when it becomes a title, it stays stagnant, but it needs to be dynamic and it needs to move with each person in the group. And they shouldn't have to check off a specific box for you to extend that allyship, that connection, that support that they so deserve, even if they're not necessarily hitting that box or that stereotype.
Actually, I really like that. I want to bounce off that statement too on allyship. It's something that you can't just say, I'm an ally. You need to be receptive of who you're supporting. You need to hear their voices, hear their intentions. It's that practicing good communication and good listening that goes on par with it. You can't say you're a good ally if you're not receptive to the voices you wish to support. If you're not understanding of the voices you want to support, you can't consider yourself an ally. I think it goes hand in hand with getting good allyship. If I want to be supported, I would like my voice to be heard as well. You want to make sure that the communication is clear on what you're supporting, what the idea is, and how you can support others on any notion, you know, and having that communication across the board to understand that I'm going to educate myself so I can better learn how to support you. It's a reciprocative feeling on how I want to be supported. If people are supporting me, or if I'm working with student organizations on my campus, we show solidarity in the most small ways. We have solidarity posts on our social media to reinforce what they say, to reinforce their messages and statements, political or not. We want to show that support, and that starts with educating yourself on who you're supporting, what you're supporting, and asking the source directly. You don't want to go around and just get any other information. If I'm going to support or be an ally to a cause or to a people, it's going to be asking them how I can best support them, how I can best serve them, and hoping that they understand that in return I can get the same feedback or I can get the same reception. But it starts with just asking questions. And going back to the education notice, it's how can I improve my perception on this topic or notion to better support them? And that's, I think, the best part of allyship. It's just educating.
I absolutely love that. In terms of allyship, I heard this recently. It's allyship isn't when you stand with someone when it's trending, but it's just standing with someone, period. And I think we've seen a lot of that in the past happen where people, organizations, they will stand for a message when it's trending, and then the minute it's not, it's a different topic. So just standing through and actually meaning what you say is such a huge, huge thing. And I want to commend you all for being, at this young age, champions for diversity, equity, inclusion. And I want to ask, in terms of small steps, there's a saying, it's if you keep taking small steps, eventually you're going to reach your destination. So what do you all as individuals do in terms of small steps to make sure that the people around you feel comfortable with you, to make sure that people feel comfortable with you as who you are? Like, how do you showcase your identity as well as take in others' identity?
So the first thing I would say is just you don't necessarily know someone's story by just looking at them. I've been told a lot of times you'd never know that, like, I'm deaf. And so understanding that everyone has something that they have, whether big or small, and then realizing that, you know, you have to be understanding through that, but then you also have to show your support. So do your research, look up ways on how you can make things maybe more accessible. So for our student-run podcast, we created transcripts just to kind of do something that in case someone can't hear or they just want to read it. It's just making it more accessible, user-friendly, just looking for different ways that you can accommodate for different people in their situations. And then, like everyone has said, research, learn, educate yourself, and that, yeah.
Honestly, I would pull off of that too. I have ADHD, and I've also been told you don't seem like somebody who has ADHD because I don't fit that very niche stereotype of it. But when I tell people that and I kind of explain how it presents, I feel like that also opens the door for a lot of other people to talk about their perspectives too. Something that I like to do, it's going to sound a little bit creepy, is observe people in their quiet moments. Because I feel like, again, getting back to nonverbal rhetoric, people will tell you a lot more about themselves beyond the words that they actually express. And that's also a good way to make them feel seen instead of looked at, and listened to instead of heard.
You actually said it great, especially when you say that, creating that platform, there's that aspect of creating a safe space, creating a place that's inclusive. For some organizations that I'm with, we do small healing circles, and we do small circles that embrace people wanting to communicate however they communicate, whether it's quiet, whether it's loud, whether they don't communicate at all, and that's okay. It's opening that door of understanding you have a place here, you are seen here, you are heard here, in any way you wish to exemplify that or show. I think it's creating spaces for people to feel like they are a part of wherever they are a part of. It's having that platform and asking, and what I try to do is ask my members and ask my team and say, how can I best serve? How can I improve? What I want feedback. I want to know what your thoughts were. As many words as you can say, or as few as you want, that's okay. But I want to best improve, and that starts, I think, with asking who your audience is and asking, is this coming across the way that it should? Is the message being received? Is my intention coming off the way that I want it to? And it's having those safe spaces and having those platforms where you can create accessibility needs, where you can understand everybody's intentions, and where people can finally feel respected and established. And that's going hand in hand with creating spaces that people can feel like they are part of that. That's going with educating yourself and saying, how can I improve? How can I work better? How can I better serve you? And that's just keeping in touch with everybody, treating them as equals, regardless of rank or style. It's treating everybody as an equal when you want to improve.
That's incredible, and so very, very true, and something that we can see in the modern day as well. I wanted to talk a little bit about just the aspect of belonging, and in terms of this year with PRSSA, our vice president, we used to have a vice president of diversity, equity, inclusion, but this year we changed it to diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. And I think belonging is such an important aspect as well. But there's so many things to talk about. I think another thing is acknowledging privileges and understanding when you do come from a privileged background, whether it's more than just the financial aspect of it. It's also, for me, I'm from Sacramento, California, which is a very diverse place in the United States. So I have the privilege of learning about different cultures, but that may not always be the case. There's a lot of places that aren't necessarily as diverse. So what would you say for people that are learning about different cultures that are in a location that doesn't have that aspect of diversity as much? How would you advise them to educate themselves about different cultures, about different just people, so that whenever they do send a message out or they do communicate it, they can be cognizant of different cultures? So how would you describe?
So I'm from the Midwest, so not very diverse, I would say. Our PRSSA chapter has very low diversity. I would say I'm one of the very few minorities. And it can kind of be intimidating, just because, even growing up, I look at my peers and I'm like, I don't look like any of them, or there's no representation at all. And then also being adopted into a white family as well, it's just, there was no representation. And so, like we've all been saying, seeking out that information, having those conversations with people when you come across them, asking them just daily, what's a day like, what are popular foods, just fun things that you can learn and educate yourself as much as possible. And then also knowing that everyone comes from a different socioeconomic status. There's so many different things that go into DEI, and so many things that we might think that we don't have a lot in common with people, that we realize, oh, I can relate to so-and-so on this because they have this. And just realizing that we all are in this journey together. DEI is not a one-size-fits-all. There's always stuff that can be improved. There's always things to work on, and new ways that you can grow.
Absolutely. I think that, honestly, determining how to make sure that people belong, going beyond the DEIB, has been something that I've personally struggled with, not necessarily not wanting it, because I do want it, but trying to determine how to make sure that that can all be tied up in a nice bow. And the answer is it's not entirely possible. None of it can really be tied together, put in a little present, and then given to the people. But I want to go off of what Olivia said, because I think that that's really true. It really comes down to you recognizing your own privileges, but also seeing where, you might not have access to certain things. I grew up in Montgomery, Alabama, so we had some diversity there, but then also at the same time, our private schools are products of white flight. I personally went to a private school, so if you look at our private schools versus our public schools, they are very much so segregated by race, quite frankly. And it was always difficult to determine what belonging actually meant. If we welcome people into our school, yes, that's absolutely fantastic, but what are we doing to make sure that they feel like they belong beyond them just providing a service to other people? Beyond us being like, oh, what's this like, what's this like? How do we make sure that these people do feel, these students actually, feel like they are comfortable, like they belong, like they're supposed to be here, and not as if they're someone that we're just supposed to look at. And so I love hearing from y'all, because I have always kind of struggled with that. I want to invite people in, but I don't want to invite them into an environment where I know that they would be uncomfortable. So in a very long-winded way, I don't have a perfect answer, and it's incredible that we're asking this question, and I love that we're asking this question, because I also want y'all's answers too.
I agree. It is an incredible question, and it's something that I would have to say and relate. There's no one good answer, I think, but in regards to that sense of belonging, it's not enough to just have the representation and say, hey, there's this person representing this culture, this ethnicity. It's seeing that in positions of not just power, but positions of influence. It's seeing that representation in an aspect where somebody can say, I want to be like that person. I want to roll myself as them. And it's having that sense of belonging that's so important, that it's one thing to just be diverse and inclusive, but that sense of being welcomed and that sense of being heard, it's opening spaces for the few who don't have the voices to be seen and respected, and to make sure that their statements aren't just there as a token statement. It's incorporated in decisions. It's incorporated in the mission. It's incorporated in the final product of having these platforms, elevated for people who might not be from a community that's very well heard or seen in an area. And, bringing that notion of how can you best educate, it's, again, asking difficult questions. It's asking questions that are hard, and asking how you can best learn from what resources you have, and learning and reading and finding the best education to, immerse yourself into the subject you really want to appreciate. And when you find out how you best can fit in, or how you can best support, that's the next step in bringing that sense of belonging. But I think that sense really starts with amplifying the voices and making sure that they are not just heard, but seen and respected and incorporated. It's intentional, and it's showing that intention that brings a sense of belonging.
It's incredible, and I think it's important to know as communicators, it's great to, we have great voices, but actions are just as important to take, and we rely a lot on our words, but we need to start thinking about our actions a lot more. And to just wrap it up, I want to ask you guys to give a final takeaway to someone that is just learning and is just listening. What would you advise them about the future of DE&I, the future of this industry that you hope to see and that you're working towards seeing?
It's not just something that you can add kind of at the end of a project. I think that, as we heard before, it's the center of what we should be thinking about. Like when we bring in new ideas, new perspectives, that sort of thing, it really just opens the door for more growth, more creativity, and just an overall bigger picture of things. And so remembering that you should be interested in others, you should be interested in different people and their just backgrounds, because that is what's going to overall make something just kind of become as big as it can.
Jumping off of that, I would absolutely agree, and also say that we need to be able to continue doing these things when they're not trends anymore, when there's not instant gratification or even later on gratification. This needs to be something that is so core to who we are as communicators. I like to say that my existence and any other person from a marginalized community's existence should not be seen as an expendable service. So I should not be providing a service to you just from existing, where you're able to say, oh, look, there's a minority right there. She's here, she's in the room, she's contributing, so we've checked it off. But also at the same time, like I should not be viewed as a service, and my existence should not be providing something beyond just me being me. And so I think that when we get to that point, and when we view people from marginalized communities as actual people, not just kind of a drop-down menu of what you can select to get more diversity, that is when we will really, truly move forward. And I think that is what we need to keep instilling in ourselves in order to not just waste away all of the progress that we've made.
I think you hit a good point too on the subject of the term minority, you know, and there's aspects. DEI isn't something that is, oh, it's an add-on to a campaign, oh, it's an additional. It should be the structure of a mission. It should be the bones of something that you build. It should be one of the main points that you intend. It's how can we make sure this is coming across the best effective way. And I was having a conversation with the professor on that, and you know, we were saying there's certain things that we slowly phase out and build out, like the term minority. We say underserved communities, underrepresented communities, and there's things like that that we really want to build up. DEI is something that's going to progress as long as it takes forever. It's not a new subject. It's something that's been fought over. It's been something that's been argued over, and this is something that should be implemented everywhere. The work is never done. The work is never finished, and it's something that we can understand that we always can educate. And having, you know, young leaders here and having the representation here, it's the best way to really push that into the next generation of this field and this profession. It's understanding it's a basis of the field. It's an important aspect. It's a key part. And keeping the respect and the intention of what we do for D&I and what we do to diversify and amplify voices is making sure that we understand the pivotal point of our intentions, that we understand it's a part of our field. It's a part that we need to constantly move forward on. The work is never done for representation. It's always going to happen, and it's always something that needs to be implemented. So I think that's one of the biggest factors. It's never done, but there's always more work you can do.
That's absolutely incredible. And before we wrap up and move on to the breakout session, I want to applaud you all for being here, for taking this time out, and for being willing to share these stories and these messages. It's not easy for students to be able to share this, and I want you to know how truly motivating and inspiring this conversation has been. So I'd love to give you guys all just a round of applause. Thank you so much. But yes, I'm going to pass the mic over to Sunny.
Hi, everyone. Okay, this mic did not light up, and I can tell that you cannot hear me. Is that correct? Cool, cool, cool. May I have that mic, Sam? Thank you. I'll trade you. Here, this one doesn't work. So, we've done breakout sessions already. You know the drill. But we have had some shifting in the room. We've had some people arrive who couldn't make it at the beginning of the event, and there are a lot of people at the tables in the back. And I have noticed some tables where there are fewer people now. So, in order to make sure that everyone has a really fulfilling conversation and is able to have a conversation with like another person, if you're at a table with only a couple people maybe, please stand up and find a table with some openings. We would really love to encourage those conversations, and the best way to have a conversation is with a large group. Also, if you look around you and the only people at your table are students, please maybe raise your hand and we will distribute some professionals over to that table. We want to make sure that this is a really valuable opportunity for not just the students, but honestly, it's more for the professionals. The professionals here really want to hear the perspectives of our student attendees. And so yeah, please let us know if that is the case, and smaller tables, you know what to do. Go mix and mingle and make a friend elsewhere. We'll give you a few minutes to discuss the incredible speakers up here. Thank you again, San, Olivia, Trinity, and Sam.
Yes. You guys were awesome. That
Good
was
job.
incredible.
Yeah, that's great.
Photo? Awesome.
hello, hello. How's it going, everyone? I have just heard so many rich and robust conversations. I really believe that one of the Planck Center's greatest strengths is our focus on students, and that is really affirmed for me right now as I walk around and I hear all of these conversations between, multiple generations of our industry, right? Like we have some really established professionals here in the room who are really excited to learn from the future of our industry sitting right here beside them. So thank you all so much for that. It was very heartwarming. Now I want to talk a little bit amongst ourselves. I heard some really great conversations, like I said, and I did warn a few tables that if no one raises their hand, I will come back to them and I will make them talk. You know who you are, get ready, I remember. But I want to give everyone the opportunity to share their own insights, unforced. So, does anyone want to kick us off? I'll run to you. Right in the front, perfect. My shoe was untied earlier and I really thought I might go down, but I tied it.
Hi, I'm Haley, and one of our biggest points that we took from the last panel was when Trinity mentioned that being an underrepresented person or from a marginalized group isn't an excuse to be used for a service other than just being human. So when you look into future campaigns or in your workplace, diversity isn't a quota and it should never be. And though we might be guilty without realizing it, having people represented in your ads or your campaigns shouldn't be oh, we're having people of color in this to attract people of color and that's the only reason why. DEI should be at the center of everything, and it shouldn't matter if it's trending or whatever. It just, these people are human. Everyone is human at the end of the day, no matter what your skin color is, where you come from, your gender identity. And so I think that point was just really important for us, and we had never heard it stated in such a way, being, feeling like you are service and then can be dropped off when you're no longer needed. So just making sure that we're being inclusive in those environments.
I saw another hand right back here. Okay, perfect.
Something that our group talked about was the importance of just listening and listening to other groups and exposing yourself to other groups, whether you're just looking to learn more or looking to be a better ally, that some of the best things you can do is just exposing yourself to groups of people that you're not normally around. And that's a lot of times easier said than done. Especially in a workplace or just in your social life, but it's something that the best way to educate yourself is by exposure, and will just also give you a better understanding of people you might not even agree with. On a level, if you can understand where they're coming from, that can just put you on a better space with them. So that was what we were talking about at our table.
Thank you. I think that's a really great point. I saw a hand back here. Thank you.
Hi, so we were a mix of agency folks and also a couple of students here at our table. So one of our main focus was about what the next generation needs at work. We believe that DEI&B is absolutely critical, but also a sense of flexibility and understanding in the workplace as we all look to create safe spaces for our colleagues. It's important to not only just bring your full self to work, but also be proud of who you are and truly feel like you do belong wherever you end up, right? We truly believe in also valuing and celebrating diversity. We think it not only provides just stronger client work, as evidenced by, I think, the second panel, but also our clients are demanding it, so it's just becoming ever more important right now in the workplace. Our focus right now is really on recruitment and retention, maintaining those diverse communities, building our ERGs. Right now we have 5, and we just actually added Thrive, which is our ERG for people who identify with having a disability, seen or unseen. And we actually have a very strong presence there, even though it just formed last month. We're really inspired based on what we hear today just to continue to build these communities, creating safe spaces, knowing that something we talked about earlier this morning, allyship is a verb. It was echoed just now by our students. It's not just a noun. It's something you have to think about and do every single day. And we want to just continue to amplify voices within our agencies and also continue to welcome new students to where we work.
Thank you. I had some tables over here who had some really interesting conversations about allyship, so I'm heading your way on that topic. And before I hand it to the next person who raised their hand, one thing that I really enjoyed about getting to hear everyone's conversation was, and I think I knew this intellectually, I understood it before today, but as a white woman with a lot of privilege, I think about allyship a lot because I want to be a good ally, and it feels like it really is, like that's my role, right? And it's really important to remember that like we have a very diverse group of people here, and allyship is intersectional. So you can be a diverse person and provide your own set of characteristics and important lived experiences and still be called upon to be an ally for others. And I think that while I, obviously knew that, it's really striking how seriously everyone in this room is taking the concept of allyship, and these discussions have been really, really robust. So on that note, I'm coming over to this table, and then I'm circling back to you. Get ready.
Thank you. I knew we were up. We had a mix of professionals and students at our table, but we honed in on the concept of allyship. I think when we think about allyship, we often think about listening, active listening, making sure that the folks that we are showing allyship to and advocating for, they feel seen and respected, right? But I think it's interesting to look at allyship through a lens of sponsorship. How are we using our influence, because we're all power brokers, we all have privilege, we all have influence. How are we using our influence and our power to advocate on the behalf of others? How are we tapping into our network and putting the names of people in rooms that they may not be present in and building connections for them? So I think looking at allyship through the lens of sponsorship can be really interesting, and also just learning from the folks that we're trying to support and advocate for exactly how they want to be advocated for. I was just saying that I think inherently if you're a good person, you want to support others, but it's important to sort of take a prescriptive approach and understand what people need, how they need to be shown up for, how they need to be advocated for, which can also turn into an equity conversation. But say all that to say, it's not a one-size-fits-all approach. We have to understand the prescriptive needs of others to understand how we can actually support them in a tangible way. So, thanks.
Thank you, Summer. That was amazing. Okay.
Okay, so we talked about how DEI is like the foundation of strategy and that it should be baked into the fabric of the organization, and also that it's important not to make assumptions and to ask questions always, because you can learn something new from each individual, and I think every single person is diverse because you're the only person who has lived your life. You're unique, and so we can all bring our own facets of diversity to the table and to the conversation.
Yeah, I love clapping after every person. This is a good thing. We should continue it. Good call.
Hello, everyone. My name is Shandia. In our group, we spoke a lot about how diversity and representation is important to advance the workplace. So specifically, what I was thinking is a lot of, minorities and just diverse people in general are not moving up the totem pole. They're not at the higher level positions. And I know that if I saw more people that look like me in those higher level positions, I'd feel more motivated and empowered to work in a bunch of more spaces than I am now. And it's just important that we continue to draw on our own lived experience because we're human. And I feel like a lot of time when we talk about diversity, it's like diversity, equity, it's very on like an academic or kind of like looking from the outside in, but we're all human. We all have our own personal experiences, and the culture of an organization should draw on our identities and how we live and how we act. And so, yeah, I just hope that later in the industry, we evolved to be more of a personal, even though we are very personal as PR people. But just continue to like share our experiences and bring the conversations, not just at the lower level, but continue them on in the higher level and continue to bring more people on who have the impact and influence to empower others. And I know my goal is just to continue to bring more minorities into different spaces. So, yeah.
Thank you. Okay, I'm making my way to that far side of the room. Raise your hand as I pass you if you want to talk. Oh, perfect. Heading your way. I see you, educators table. We're going to circle back to you.
Hi, mine's going to be really quick. It was actually something that table said over there that reminded me of something that we had talked about as well, which was that grace period. For people who are still trying to learn, these conversations are super, super important. They can't happen if we don't let new people in and have grace with their learning process and the effort that they're trying to make. And I loved what that table said over there. So, well spoken. Back to you. Thank you.
I love that you picked up on that because we had a conversation when I was over there too on that exact topic of just extending grace to people, because it's a vulnerable thing to try to work in this space and advance in this space, and a lot of the time perfection can be the enemy of good. Like, people don't want to take any steps because what if it's not done perfectly? You don't want to get ripped to shreds, and it can be scary. And so we have to give a little bit of grace as people try, because we would rather them try than not for fear of failing. Educators, I'm coming back to you. Who wants to speak? I know you're not. I'm ready, Adrian. It's all you.
I just stepped on one of my own students. Sorry, Riley. So, first of all, Olivia, that was amazing, and so many compliments for my girl Olivia over here, so thank you. I think that something that chronically comes up is just listening and then seeing, right? And I think the importance from an educator perspective is to see your students and to tell them they're seen. And then to ask how you can be the most beneficial ally or helper out there. And, you know, if you go back to sort of like Mr. Rogers' etiquette, right, be a helper, I think that it's our responsibility as professionals, but also as educators and colleagues, students and classrooms together to allow for those spaces to be occupied by people that don't look like me, right? Like middle-aged white lady, lots of us. So, you know, get out of your own way and empower somebody else to tell their story, I think is a really important and sort of bold move. And I'm going to use you for just a second, Olivia, in this story. Olivia came up to me, you know, at some time during a break and was like, any last words of wisdom? And I was like, I don't have anything to teach you in this moment. You have like everything to teach us in this moment. And so, you know, get out of their way, old people. I'm talking to me and all of you that I see too. So let them be who they are exactly so that you can prepare them in a safe space to go and be bold in the industry where it's scarier. It's very scary when they're leaving, right? So empower them and embolden them in the classroom so that they're able to do that in their first job. And they can then bring their whole self to work, as we keep talking about. And without that, I mean, what's our purpose? Like, what's an educator's purpose but to empower and embolden your student? So get out of their way and, you know, let's all do it together. I mean, we can't change the profession if we're not all willing to take, you know, ownership of that space. So that's what we were talking about, the educators table. Thanks, Sunny.
Thank you, Adrian and educators. This has been such a great conversation. We are right at time. I know lots of other hands were just like on the verge of raising, I know. But we encourage you to keep having these conversations beyond this beautiful room. So please, I hope that this sticks with you. Thank you again to San, Sam, Olivia, and Trinity for sparking such a wonderful conversation. So I'm handing it over to Joseph.
Okay, before I close this out, we have a closing, somebody who's gonna give us some closing remarks. I want y'all to do me a favor. There's a lot of energy in here, but I also realize it's 4:45, so can y'all just stand up for a half second? We're gonna finish soon. Just stand up, shake it out a little bit, stretch it out. We're gonna have a lot of great knowledge that's gonna come to you right now. All right, you feel that? Okay, now sit back down. before I turn it over to Thomas Bennett, who will give us some closing remarks, I just want to say thank you to all of you. The power of what happened today, the power of all the planning that went into place, was really brought to life by the magic of you. And I think that's amazing. So first of all, kudos to all of you, and thank you for a wonderful day. That was awesome. I also just want to thank again our sponsors, our panelists who have all come and supported and participated in this. It's been amazing, and again, all of you have been a big piece of that. I don't want to speak after Thomas is done, so I'm going to give one little brief announcement so that once Thomas is complete, we can just wrap up, and we don't have to end on a low note of me coming back up here. So at the end of Thomas's remarks, that concludes our DEI our summit for emerging leaders, right? And that's great. If you have a ticket for the gala tonight, right? If you're just doing the milestones, if you're just doing the Emerging Leader Summit, this is the end of it. If you're moving on to the Milestones Gala, I would encourage you to make your way up to the 6th floor, right? There are limited elevators. They are kind of slow, so stagger yourselves. But just FYI, we will be starting back up there fairly quickly as we get ready to do, again, registration and the reception, which starts at 5:30 p.m. So just FYI, it moves right along. So with that said, I'm going to turn the time over to our closing remarks by Thomas Bennett, a Senior Vice President of Health Equity PR at Fleischmann Hillard. Thomas.
All right, thank you so much. It's so great to be here with all of you this afternoon. I know I'm standing between you, dinner, and the gala, so I will try to keep this very brief as possible. But I have the pleasure of giving the closing remarks today that briefly summarizes all the great information that was shared with us throughout today's summit. Before I get into that, I'll share with you a little bit about myself, the work I do at Fleischmann Hillard, and the current state of DE&I, and kind of bring us forward to today's summit. So, for those of you who I don't know, I'm Thomas Bennett. I'm a Senior Vice President at Fleischmann Hillard, which is a global PR and communications agency. On a daily basis, I and several of my staff across our agency advise and counsel clients on diversity, equity, and inclusion on a daily basis. I also sit on the national board of PRSA, and I'm passionate about making PRSA and the PR and communications profession more diverse and more inclusive than what it is today, so we all have a sense of belonging. As many of you know, there has been a lot happening recently from a legislative perspective around diversity, equity, and inclusion, especially here in the United States. In Texas, the governor signed a bill banning DE&I offices and initiatives across higher education institutions. Last month, one of the largest universities in Dallas eliminated its DE&I office in response to this law. And now, at this moment, national level third-party groups are targeting DE&I initiatives for corporate companies. I give this context and background as you can see, because it's critical that we're gathered here today in Chicago to discuss some of the important issues and challenges happening in DE&I and how we must continue moving the needle and this important work forward, because DE&I is very important to the work that we do as PR and communications practitioners. In the first session today, the speakers talked about expanding the meaning of DE&I. What comes next? Diversity, equity, and inclusion is a term to describe policies and programs that promote representation and participation among many different groups of individuals, including people of different races, ethnicities, religions, abilities, genders, and sexual orientation. Some people say that variety is the spice of life, and I've heard that many of times. Think to yourself for a moment. If diversity is another word for variety, how can it enhance our flavor of global countries? In our first session of today, I loved it when the speaker said, creating safe spaces is more important now more than ever. We need DE&I in our workplaces and in our classrooms and communities to meet the needs of people of all people from all walks of life. You may be thinking to yourself, what does DE&I have to do with me as a student or PR and communications practitioner? I'll summarize it in one word: everything. As communicators, we must communicate the significance of DE&I without implying that our U.S. system doesn't make the issue of systemic inequalities worse than what it is. So how do we do just that? One way is by incorporating DE&I into our PR campaigns. Before building a campaign, establish that implementing DE&I in any type of comms tactic is not a one-and-done type of deal, but a commitment to your target audience. As communication practitioners, our approach to campaigns should be, one, to make actionable commitments that impact communities rather than implying empty commitments. Second, use custom strategies geared towards diverse audiences. And next, break down the many stereotypes that exist. Fourth, remember that diversity does matter when it comes to content that we put together as communicators. These are just a couple of ways as how we as communicators make our campaigns more inclusive than what they already are. As a final thought from the first session, the panel speaker said, business leaders have a lot of influence to bring about change. And he was 100% right about that. But we as communicators also have a lot of influence to bring about change. And we must not only hold ourselves accountable, but we also must hold companies, organizations, and business leaders accountable as well. In the second panel session of this afternoon, the panelists talked about addressing unconscious bias and oversights in D&I programs. Bias, as we know, is a prejudice in favor of or against one thing, person, or group compared to another, and usually in a way that's considered to be unfair. Biases may be held by an individual, a group, or an institution, and can have a negative or positive consequences. There are types of biases, as we know: conscious bias, also known as explicit bias, and unconscious bias, also known as implicit bias. Unconscious biases are stereotypes that certain groups of people stereotypes about certain groups of people, of individuals, form outside their own conscious awareness. As the speakers on this panel alluded to, it's important to note that biases, whether conscious or unconscious, are not limited to ethnicity and race, as we should know. Unconscious biases are not permanent. There are some individual strategies that we here today can use to address unconscious bias. First, think about it. Promote self-awareness by recognizing some of your own biases. You can simply do that by taking online assessment tools that are out there as a first step. Second, understanding the nature of bias is very important. Understanding this important concept can help individuals approach their own biases in a more informed and open way. Third, embrace opportunities to have discussions with others, especially those from dissimilar groups. Sharing biases can help others feel more secure to help themselves feel more secure about exploring their own biases. A key here is to have these conversations in very safe spaces. And the last thing is a word that is familiar to all of us: training. Training sessions promoting bias literacy have been proven as effective in minimizing bias. Research and evidence suggests that providing unconscious bias training for employees and staff can reduce the impact of bias in the workplace. Unconscious biases can take place at any time and anywhere. It can influence a person that at any point throughout the day without even them realizing it. There are so many examples of unconscious bias from a workplace perspective. One being ageism, which I have experienced myself. Ageism is based on the belief that other employees aren't as competent or capable of performing a job as younger employees. This idea can be a result of a person's belief that a person's age is related to their work abilities, knowledge, or skill. While ageism affects us all, there are certain groups that are affected more than others. But to avoid ageism in the workplace, leaders can combat this by including younger and older employees together in a group to have them interact more to form positive relationships. This allows the value of experience and know-how of the older employees to be observed by younger staff. As one of the panelists said it best, it starts here today with how you show up purposefully on addressing unconscious bias in underrepresented minority groups. And lastly, in the final session of today, the panelists talked about engaging and empowering PR students. So I sit on the national board of PRSA, and we just came off of the heels of PRSA's annual Icon Conference in Nashville, Tennessee. This conference brought together over 500 students and 1,500 professionals in one setting. I had the opportunity to speak to many of the students while at the conference, but two of the conversations that I had resonated most with me were from conversations I had with two students from Florida A&M University, or FAMU, which is a HBCU in Tallahassee, Florida. What struck me most in these two conversations with these students was not only their interest in the profession, but their eagerness to learn how to develop themselves professionally as students before jumping into the corporate world full time. I'm very glad that we had this topic on engaging and empowering PR students on today's session, because one of the mirror facts is that the students you see here in this very room and many others are the future of our profession, and we must pay it forward with them and empower and engage with them. One of the ways that we can do this as professionals is to give students a voice through forums and feedback. This also helps with emphasizing partnership and collaboration, with them. Second, we must put ourselves in the sandbox with students as well. By getting students to collaborate with us as professionals and leaders, they're starting to work on their own, but also getting the concept, reinforced. A last key is to involve students in very real issues. Whatever you're working on with students, make it applicable to the real world. Just yesterday, me and one of my fellow colleagues had the opportunity to speak virtually to a PR and communications class at the University of Alabama. One of the things that we covered with these students was our agency's approach and perspective on how we counsel and advise clients when it comes to crisis communications. Ultimately, empowering students is about realization. Teachers, students, agency, and corporate professionals have a lot to learn from each other on this topic. Overall, today, this is my first time attending the Planck Center D&I Summit, and appreciate the invitation from the board to attend today's summit and to give today's closing remarks. But remember that D&I is critical and important work that involves each and every single one of us. True, it is a journey, but a long journey. We all have perspectives to influence DE&I drastically to move the needle forward. And that's what it's about in this work every day, is moving the needle forward. Thank you so much for having me today and for giving the closing remarks, and that will close out today's summit. Thank you so much.